Yo, what's up? Yeah, for some reason the stream didn't pop up on my end. That's really weird. Whenever I have my own channel open and we're switching streamers, it never shows up for me. But yeah, it looks like we're good to go. That was my first time seeing that video with Mantis. What? That was too good. 1 second here. Let me get cozy. I bought 8 beers to get me through chapter 2. I figured this was going to be my last session in the marathon, so I said, fuck it. I'm going to drink some beers. Hold on. Although, I'd be surprised if I actually drink 8 beers. Usually when I drink on stream, it's like, I'll buy like 6 beers and I'll drink 2 of them. Hold on. I like DRK's description of how I'm gonna just play the game like a normal, disappointed person. I think that's a pretty good description of how I generally play the game. Just like a normal, disappointed person. Not an erupting volcano of rage and impassioned frustration. Hold on, let me... Okay, now I can see my screen. I kind of feel bad whenever I switch over when DRK is playing this. When DRK plays this game, you know, it's a whole circus. I feel like I kind of play it in a boring way in comparison. But yeah, hopefully some of you enjoy the contrast at least. Because yeah, I certainly play the game in a much more straight way. Kind of how I play the other games, you know? Where we'll just go through the missions, show the optional stuff. You know, I don't go through all the bugs and everything. Let me see here. Let me open up my dashboard. JMP, I think I saw a resub from you. Hold on. Still just getting organized here. Let's play this briefing file.
We have a new assignment. Eliminate the commander of Rogue Coyote, one of the PFs operating in Africa. The target is simply the Major to his men. That's his rank from his army days. Instead of your typical boots on the ground work, he's more of a job broker and a recruiter. And apparently he also runs a little espionage operation on the side. Which could explain why he's picked up a long list of enemies. I don't like getting involved in a PF racing match any more than you do. There's another reason we took this job. Recently, this guy's been talking about dealing in nuclear arms. Think back to the shipment that Cypher was having ZRS transport. If we put the squeeze on this Major, we might come out of it with some new intel on Cypher.
It seems like he was taking it pretty slow based off where he is. Alright, let's go rescue this asshole. An extraction mission. Peak excitement. Let's get rid of this fucking tank. I know DRK loves fucking around with the vehicles, especially. Apparently vehicles are really fucked in this. I just never use vehicles because it's just like, why, you know? Why? Well, where's the incentive to even use vehicles in the first place? That's the problem I have with vehicles in this. You know, like, why? Let's see. I guess I'll go during the day.
This thing is too cool.
I'm an MGS5 purist? No, I wish there was actually a reason for me to use vehicles. But I just don't see any reason to use them. So I can, like, drive around and get alerts and play, like, a shitty version of GTA inside the game? I don't know.
One of the Major's subordinates working undercover with the CFA is due to make contact with him. Check his current location on your iDroid. Follow him, and he should lead you right to the Major.
You know, if you're trying to play the game stealthily... There's just not really much of a reason to use them. And if you're playing, if you want to play the game with alerts and shit, yeah, I don't know. It's just, it doesn't really make for an engaging experience to me, anyway. But yeah, I mean, I guess you'll run into loads of interesting bugs and shit, so that's something.
Be careful down there, boss.
Maybe we should be glad that there are loads of vehicle bugs, because if there wasn't, then using vehicles really would be useless. Oh, it's this mission, right? Okay, I thought it was another mission. I confused it with another extraction mission. Hold on a second here.
The target's man should be somewhere around there.
Oh fuck! Those donations probably went to DRK because I didn't change the settings. Hold on. Yeah. Every time we switch streamers, we have to change donation settings on Streamlabs. I forgot to set it. There we go. Now I'll receive any donations. Oh fuck, I'm not paying attention to the game here. Kojima donated $5. First round's on me. Enjoy, DRK. Thank you, Kojima. Solidus Ace also donated $3 for another beer after the beers. Just wanted to say thank you for this marathon to you and DRK before I can't say it anymore. Missed it so much. Thanks. Solidus, thank you very much for the kind words. I'll let DRK have the money. If it was like a big $50 donation or something, I'd be asking DRK to send it over, but he can have it. Oh, fuck off. He was about to get in. Go on. Do your thing. Do I have smoke grenades? I do. Okay. Okay, I think they're finally gonna... There we go.
Looks like the man due to meet with our target has started moving east. Stay on him.
Am I gonna get caught? Yes, I am. I just didn't have the patience, man. I didn't want to crouch run for another 10 seconds.
Your first job is to find the man you need to follow. Check your iDroid for his location and VI. If he sees you, they'll call off the meeting. Stay out of sight.
And now we're gonna have to wait again for this guy to come out. I hope I don't have to get like closer. Sometimes there are weird things like that where their movement will be dependent on how close you are to them. The script will only begin when you get close. Hopefully that isn't the case here.
The target's man should be somewhere around there.
Here we go.
He's the one who was investigating the CFA on the Major's orders. If you follow him, he should lead you to the target. That's the target. He may have a connection to Cypher. I'd like to interrogate him to be sure, but there's no guarantee he knows anything useful. The contract is to eliminate him. But I'll leave things up to you, boss.
Okay, we'll extract this fool. Or I'll try anyway. I could just go straight to the Major and extract him, but if we follow this guy, they'll meet up, they'll have a conversation. Although I'm not sure if DRK has the interpreters, we might not be able to hear it. I think I saw him get one of the interpreters earlier. I'm not sure.
Stay on it. Jaar terug. Ik heb de advertentie in een Zuid-Afrikaanse courant opgevolgd en dit was dit.
Yeah, we're good. Come on, what are you doing? Please, please, please. If for some reason I'm forced to use another checkpoint because these guys are bugged, I'm just going to go up and extract the major. Fuck this. I'm not waiting again for this guy to walk out of the camp. Oh, there we go. Okay, right. He was having a conversation with him. Huh. I don't remember that being a mission conversation in this. Do they always talk?
On the target. Not even a predicted field of movement.
Do they always talk at the
All we
start
have to go
there?
on is this meeting with his subordinate. Remember, this guy will call the meeting off if he thinks he's being tailed. You've got to do everything you can to stay out of sight.
Okay, nice. Hey, what's up, Wexford? Good to see you, man. Well, we made it to the end of the marathon. Pretty smooth sailing. A couple of minor technical difficulty issues. And we'll be doing it again in like 20 days or some shit. Oh, fuck me. Please tell me I got a checkpoint. Well, what if I just keep going here?
The target is trying to escape.
Ah, fuck. Okay, let's see. If I have to wait for that guy to come out of the tent again, I'm just going to go up and extract the major.
We have no fix on the target.
Oh, nice.
Not even a predicted field of movement. All we have to go on is this meeting with his subordinate. Remember, this guy will call the meeting off if he thinks he's being tailed. You've got to do everything you can to stay out of sight.
You thought the sub goals were risky, really? Yeah. Yeah, well, it was a bit of an experiment. Small sub goals, but only for tier 1s. Well, I also allowed conversions and stuff like that as well. But yeah, maybe we'll do some kind of different goal in the future. We'll see. You were the first sub for Peace Walker, Heaven's Door. Thank you. Yeah, cheers to anyone who did subscribe. I really appreciate it. And yeah, if you can only sub for a month or whatever, don't worry about it. I did.
His vehicle stopped.
I am hoping
that
that
where he's
by doing
moving
these
target?
sub goals, I can get, increase my average sub count, my monthly sub count. But obviously understandable if people can't afford sub month after month. Is this a new initiative? Yeah, I'm beginning my... This is the start of my ruthless capitalist arc. I've decided I actually need to start making some money from this streaming thing.
Okay, subject is in.
Okay, now we wait for these guys to do their thing. They switch vehicles here. I have yet to do a sponsored stream. I haven't done a single sponsored stream. I do have a company that reaches out to sponsors for me, the same one DRK uses, but I have yet to take an offer. I have been offered many things, but yeah, I've yet to accept any offer. I really should one of these days. But yeah, I want to avoid, you know, playing mobile games and shit if I can. Although I think I did get an offer recently for a pretty decent, normal-looking game, so I might take that.
That's an enemy gunship. A single burst from his machine gun can cut a man in half. Tread carefully, boss.
I just can't picture myself playing Raid Shadow Legends, man. And, you know, saying what they forced me to say. But maybe if things get really bad, maybe if I really need to... Maybe if I really need the money for something. But I feel like doing these kind of sub-incentive things might be more tolerable for people. This way you actually get to watch what you want to watch. Let's see, where is this asshole?
Is that him? Take a good look at their faces so we can ID the target. That's the target.
Okay, they're gonna have their conversation. As soon as they finish their conversation, I'm gonna try and take everyone out in this area. And then Fulton all of them.
Ek is gereed om terugvoering te gee, majoor.
Ek gee my net die breed trekker.
Die CFA kon nog nie vasstel hoe die huursoldate in Wallawamasa gesterf het nie. Al wat hulle kon kry was die plaaslike bevolking wat praat oor bose geeste.
Dis net so hulle is.
Aha. Maar daar is gerugte dat jy die job van die hand gewys het omdat jy geweet het van die siekte.
Rumors,
En nou
rumors,
is iemand
rumors.
besig om 'n vergeldingssquad saam te stel.
Van alle dinge. En ek maak soms my hande vuil. Maar ek's 'n engel in vergelyking met sommige van hierdie bliksems. Slawehandel. Reg onder hulle neuse en hulle wil my vervolg.
Maar ek's nie 'n voortrekker nie, maar jy's heeltemal reg. Nie een van ons verdien 'n prys op sy kop.
In elk geval, sê die res in 'n geskrewe verslag. Wat meer belangrik is jou volgende taak. ZRS probeer 'n ou man om die lewe bring. Dit is iets te
Some
doen
old
met
man. I wonder who that could be.
kernwapen. Maar ek het geen idee wie die ou man is nie.
Ek verstaan. Ek sal dit ondersoek. Kernwapens te ondersoek is, wel, dis 'n baie gevaarlike pad om te loop.
Ja, ek weet nie. Kan mens wat hierdie plek nodig het. Ek die skrik maak tussen die lande. En baie bloedvergieting skop.
Jy dink Mobutu en die res sal die sin daarvan kan insien.
Maar miskien het hulle planne om die groot koppe ook gelukkig te hou. Vir nou, vind uit waarmee ZRS besig is.
Ek begryp, meneer.
Okay, now let's quickly shoot the ground here. Stop them in their tracks. No. Fuck, 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 fuck. No, 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 no. Ah, shit. Smoke grenades are OP. Oh my god. Is that everyone down? I think it is. You're too late. The Major won't come now. The Major is right here, man. We were supposed to meet south of the Kungenga mine. Hey, what's up, bad humans?
He's coming too. Roger that. It's no good, boss. Attacking like that won't cut it. Aim somewhere else. Or change to a different weapon.
Hey, what's up, Shade? Or Shads?
You gotta extract him.
Are you the one who raided our supply convoy? I was paid to spread a rumor about dealing in nukes. Don't know who the client was. It came through a cutout. I can't contact them myself. Let's extract this fool.
Subject is in. Damn. It hardly looks like the treasure trove of intel we were hoping for. Well, whatever. Exfiltrate the hot zone and RTB. Mission complete, and how? The Major spilled his guts all right. His nuclear arms business was just a rumor he was paid to spread around. He doesn't even know who's paying him. All his instructions came through a cutout. But hell, who else would be behind it but Cypher? And this nuclear arms trading is clearly connected to that yellow cake. He thought the same thing, which is why he tried to investigate ZRS himself. He said something else that caught my attention. That ZRS are trying to kill some old man. How did one old man get that kind of attention?
Okay, what's next? Voices, I think, is the next mission.
Boss, about those walker gears spreading all over Africa, Huey's got an idea for a counter weapon. Come on back to base.
Oh, here we go. Forgot about this.
This. It's a variable, multi-legged tank. A spin-off of Metal Gear technology.
Big fan of spin-offs, isn't he? I hear he borrowed from the Soviets in Costa Rica, too.
The design allows for a lot of freedom in setups. It's based around a central core unit, so you can quickly reconfigure the hardware to suit any sort of mission parameters.
What the good doctor's trying to say is that it's customizable.
Naturally, it will raise the probability of success for standard missions. But it functions as an improved deterrent by increasing your preemptive strike capability against enemy elements. You just deploy it in a war zone, and its superior firepower puts the brakes on enemy attacks. Eventually, the whole war machine grinds to a halt. A true battle gear!
Cause I'm having deja vu here.
I don't like him any more than you. But we need this.
You think it'll cut it in the field?
Turning radius is better than any tanks. That's great for regional skirmishes. Tech like this is popping up all among the PFs. Best way to deal with them. is to fight fire with fire.
I'll await your instructions then, boss.
So do we have your approval to commence development?
Fine.
Consider yourself off the chopping block, Doctor.
All right, can't wait to see how this turns out. Battle gear development has begun. View development progress by visiting the hangar at the base of the R&D platform. Okay, we'll check in on that later, see how progress is going.
Is one of the kids you rescued from that mine. According to the kids, people often disappear from the mine to a place called Nzoya Badiabulu, the Devil's House. On top of that, Saner's involved with the place. Check your iDroid for the mission details. This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is Pequod. On station at LZ.
Yeah, apparently they removed it from the game due to balancing issues. It's pretty interesting, given how the game is currently balanced. Could they not have just, like, rebalanced Battle Gear itself? You know, make it more vulnerable, make its attacks less powerful, make it slower. You know, whatever you need to do. Seems kind of weird if they had this, like, fully functional thing ready to go. Cutting it for balance reasons. I mean, maybe. You can use it in, like, deployment missions or something, can't you? Like, you can send it on those missions that you don't get to see. I think, anyway. Yeah. And I guess, you know, they have those... They made cutscenes for it. And if you can still technically use it in some way, you know. And I guess it's there to give character to Huey as well. Voices, let's do it.
Boss, the client this time is a child. One of the children you rescued from that mine. He wants us to save the boy who was their leader. His name is Shabani, and he was the oldest among them. Several days before you went to the mine, he was taken away to Nzoya Badiabulu.
Notice how we only rescued one kid. But now all of the kids are magically on the base. You know, it's kind of a typical MGS thing, you know, to be able to just go in there, and if you just rescue one kid, that will actually affect the cutscene, and it'll just be one kid in the scene. That is kind of cool. But then they undo how cool it is by just having all the kids magically appear on the base later. So, you know, it obviously wasn't thought through entirely if they needed those kids to be on the base. Because I don't think they ever explain how the rest of the kids got on the base. You only rescue one of them, and then, you know, later they're all just magically there. I don't think there's any call from Miller where he talks about how they, you know, went and picked up the other kids or anything. They swam to the base. And then they swim to Afghanistan and Africa later on when they go playing hide and seek. But yeah, it's kind of a cool detail at first, you know, being able to choose how many you actually rescue and having that actually affect the scene in different ways. Even if it is pretty silly if you just bring one of them back. I was watching DRK do that earlier when fucking Miller arrives with the stretcher. That poor kid. Oh shit. I don't know about this place. You guys look kind of dodgy. I don't know if I want to be here. Did I play the whole thing there?
The client this time is a child. One of the children you rescued from that mine. He wants us to save the boy who was their leader. His name is Shabani, and he was the oldest among them. Several days before you went to the mine, he was taken away to Nzoia Badia Bulu. Our search turned up a place the locals call by that name. Ngumba Industrial Zone. Nearby residents are terrified of it. They say the devil lives there, and that anyone who sets foot in it never returns. This industrial zone has long been abandoned, but it seems it was sold off a few years back to a certain corporation, Saner. And now the perimeter is tightly guarded by a PF. The reason is unclear. The same goes for why Shabani was taken away. But something is obviously going on there. Those kids from the mine really looked up to Shabani. The client has given us the last of their diamonds in return. Go get Shabani out of there, boss. Whatever Cypher's up to in the region, Shabani might just be our best lead.
Pissed me off when the injured kid could walk just fine after that. Yeah, I mean, I think I can deal with that. I do think it's pretty shitty though how the other kids just magically appear. Fair enough, they have to cut some corners if you just rescue one kid. Having the scene change is still kind of cool, so you can forgive that, I think. But yeah, when the other kids just magically appear, it really just feels like they didn't think it through. If they need the kids to be there, if they need all the kids to be there as a part of the story, you know, why do you have the option to only rescue one to begin with? It's only going to be jarring later when you realize. All right, let's do it. Voices. Let's see. The arcade doesn't craft any camo. Please load, game. What the hell is this? Okay. That's the definitive edition coming in there. Oh, we can't even create woodland. Okay. Right, fuck it then. He said the camo here is jungle and urban. Usually I wear the woodland camo a lot in Africa and desert tiger. That's what I usually wear, woodland and desert tiger. And urban if I'm going to the airport or something. I think anyway, maybe urban or splitter. Survive sub-goal. We probably should do survive for one of these marathons. I still need to finish survive as well. Maybe I should get to that sometime soon.
The Devil's House. Boss, find Shabani and extract him safely. You can check the target's location on your iDroid.
Remember, I will be doing special reading. Sophisticated reading stream. That'll be my next stream after the marathon. We'll go over all of the MGS2 materials. Shocking conspiracy behind Shadow Moses. In the darkness of Shadow Moses. Should take a few hours.
Be careful down there, boss.
Definitely worth tuning in for that if you're a MGS1, MGS2 fan. And if you haven't seen it before, some really interesting stuff that will surely increase your appreciation of those games.
The snake's mouth. I get it. Looks like that's the only way to the objective area.
Slopes. Are you able to read as one of the characters of Kojima games, like Napoleon from Snatcher? You really like my Napoleon voice, Hempmine. I don't think I'm going to use a Napoleon voice when I'm reading In the Darkness, though, I'm afraid. Sorry. I would like to add Snatcher and Police Knots to some of these marathons, though, so you might get to hear some Napoleon during the next marathon, or the marathon after that. I'd like to see DRK play Snatcher and Police Knots, but reading isn't really his jam, I don't think. He's never played those games. Yeah, okay, let's take him out. Ooh, you bitch. This is the unique guard for this mission. We can follow this guy all the way to the Devil's House. He makes stops. He talks to other guys. They just kind of foreshadow the spooky nature of the Devil's House and the mystery of what's going on there. So yeah, we'll try and show all these conversations. DRK just wants violence and mayhem in his games. I know, and he's such an unsophisticated swine. Can't just sit down and read for a few minutes. Don't know what's wrong with these kids these days. Let's see, what music tapes did he get? Did he get Rebel Yell? He never picks up Rebel Yell anymore. I was looking at the wrong list anyway. We have True, nice. True is a necessity for the Jeep ride later on. I forgot the Final Countdown was even in the game. Yeah, we might have to go back and pick up Rebel Yell later. I don't mind playing a few tracks. I've yet to receive a single copyright strike on this channel, so we can take some risks with the licensed music. DRK is from California. DRK is an Italian stallion. Okay, so this is his first stop. I think here he stops to look for directions to the Devil's House. I don't think he knows where to go. He talks to this guy up here. He tells him to go into the camp to get the map. I think the whole copyright thing calmed down a bit. Now you only get your VODs muted. Well, you always got your VODs muted. If your VODs get muted, that's a sign that you're not going to get a copyright strike. Twitch have like some system in place that will track copyrighted music, and they'll try and mute it if they can. And if it does get muted, that means that, yeah, that you're good. You're not gonna. That chances are the VOD won't get picked up for a copyright strike because it's been preemptively muted. But if one of your copyrighted tracks does get through Twitch's system and it doesn't get muted, then that's when you're in danger. I think. Anyway, I'm not entirely sure on this, but I think that's how it works.
Het jou nog hier van tevoren gesien nie? Is jy niet?
Ja, ek vervoer rantsoene. Is die rivier oorwagpos daarvoor?
Ja, maar jy kan nie by die rivier uitkom met 'n voertuig.
So is dit waar dat die laaste besteeder daar dood is.
Wat? Nee.
Moet ek bekommerd wees oor al daai verkoelde lyke by die stasie?
Genoeg vrae. Weer heeltyd op die slagveld. Die padkaarts in daai tent. Jy beter dit goed bestudeer.
Ja, meneer.
How did I meet DRK? Way back in 2010, back when this website used to be JTV, Justin TV, in the early days of gaming streaming. Back when, you know, you'd have like 1,000 people max on the website watching streams. Sometimes less, if depending on the time of the day. Although sometimes probably more too. You know, where the top streams on the website would have like a few hundred viewers. But yeah, we've been involved in the streaming thing since the early days. And I found JTV because I wanted to watch a football match or soccer match if you're American. I was just looking to watch the Champions League. You know, looking for illegal streams online. And I found JTV and then I noticed, hey, it has a gaming section. This is cool. I like games. And then I realized, hey, I could do this for free. I could get software that allows me to capture my monitor. I could play old emulated classics, PS1 games. I could do all of this for free. Now, that seemed like fun, just playing games, talking to like-minded people in a chat room. And yeah, I started streaming like Final Fantasy 7 and 8 and 9 on emulator. Oh, you bitch. Yeah, I'm not focusing. And my internet was shitty anyway back then. I didn't have much money, so didn't really have the means to stream properly with a capture card. That was way back when I was still living in my parents' house. And yeah, just browsing through JTV, I found DRK, who was streaming MGS. Got to know DRK just from watching the channel. Was a mod in his channel. Also discovered Knight on JTV just browsing JTV normally. We all just found each other just browsing JTV. You know, the website was so small back then that we just naturally found each other. Knight was also started out as like a Final Fantasy streamer, streaming classic PS1 games. And then, but myself and Knight were also big MGS fans. Knight, I think Knight found DRK similar to my, you know, he had a similar situation where he just discovered DRK, browsed on the site. And then, after a while, Knight started streaming MGS. And then Knight and DRK would start doing marathons together and stuff like that. And then I decided to join in. I was the last one to join the group. I wasn't able to join until I left my parents' house and I could get a decent internet connection. And then a couple of years later, JTV turned into Twitch. And it grew and And like this was we weren't doing it to make money back when we started or anything like that. It was just purely a hobby.
Security sure is tight. I guess they don't want anyone poking around.
It was just, purely a hobby when we started. But then this whole streaming thing just got bigger and bigger. JTV morphed into Twitch. And suddenly there was this new subscribe feature, and turned out you could turn this streaming thing into some kind of a job.
Poison for use in new weapons and equipment. Take a look at the plants list on your iDroid to see which ones we need. Then go find them if you get the chance. It'll keep the staff happy too.
Maak uit nuwe instruksies vir jou. Verliggie wag vorentoe.
Hæ?
Sy skof is verby en ons het 'n tekort aan mannekrag.
Verstaan. Waarna toe gaan ek?
Die wagpos voor die tonnel. Wanneer jy by die rivieroeverwagpos kom, slaan koers die bout in.
Reg.
Hou jou oë oop. Die digte mis verdamp trend nooit. Dan's daar die stories oor hulle
Hallo?
bose geeste. Duivels wat fluister en vloek en wie weet wat als. Die laaste ou, hy's by die tonnel en kyk. Wees dit versigtig. Gaan nou.
Ja, meneer.
Okay. But yeah, that's the story. We started off with our own separate channels initially, and then because we all had the same audience anyway, the same community, we thought it would be best to merge under one channel. But we weren't really too smart. We didn't really think about how that would affect our taxes and stuff like that, and that's why we don't do it anymore. That's why we had to start doing what we used to do. And now we have our own individual channels again, but we still work together as a team. Obviously, Knight dropped off a couple of years ago. But, we still host him up. He still does MGS every now and then.
Supposedly the valley up ahead is covered in mist almost year-round. The objective area is beyond there.
Yeah, Knight found it hard to do the marathons after a while. He had health issues and stuff like that, and the marathons were a bit too taxing. It's a lot harder to manage marathons with 3 people as well. It's much easier to time it when you're just going back and forth with 2 people. Trying to get the timing to work out with 3 people, managing 3 people's sleep schedules with 3 different time zones, it was a real struggle.
The bridge has collapsed. Looks like you'll have to go down through the valley.
Okay, I'm going to leave him be. I'm going to let him walk up there, and I'm going to take this little detour up here. I only found out about this recently, that you can actually climb up here. DRK lives in Texas. When he started streaming way back in the day, he was in his homeland in Italy. And, then he moved to the US like 5 or 6 years ago, something like that. Ooh, we can oversee the whole camp here. What am I doing here? I don't think I've ever heard him speak Italian. I think DRK was glad to get out of Italy. Remember whenever he was... Back in the day when he was streaming in Italy, he didn't seem to have too many kind words for the place. I think he was kind of desperate to get out of there. This is our boy, I think. Yeah, I think there's still a lot of old school JTV guys still streaming. Dan's Game, one of the OGs. He would have been one of the bigger streamers on JTV back in the early days. Swift Door, yeah, I never really watched his streams. Is he still streaming? Was Limmy on JTV? No way. I always thought he was like thought he only started streaming like a couple of years ago. Was Limmy a regular streamer on JTV? Oh wow, I didn't know that. Then YouTube, oh cool, man. Yeah, I always thought he was like a mainstream comedy guy that started streaming, you know, way after his, you know, way after those days. Damn, yeah, I guess I don't know too much about the guy. Cool. Trihex, I think, was on JTV as well, yeah.
Is jy hier om oor te vat? Onthou net, die tunnel daarvoor is buite perke. Moenie daar ingaan nie.
Is daar iets spesiaal aan die ander kant?
Moenie nuuskierig raak nie, want jy soos die ander bestuurder opeindig.
So daar het iets met hom gebeur.
Hy het deur die tunnel gegaan en die fabriek aan die ander kant gesien. Toe sy gewete seker die oorhand gekry, want hy het probeer om die mense te bevry. Op daai tydstip was ek aan diens by die stasie en ek het hul trok gestop. Ek het nie geweet wat om te doen nie. En rapporteer aan bevel. Voor ek geweet het wat aangaan het, 'n span op en daar en dan geskiet. Toe verbrand hulle die hele vragmotor met almal.
You okay there, dude?
Was weg in 'n oog van.
Waar's hulle?
Wat maak dit saak? Wees op jou hoede en bly hy verdomde tunnel.
Reg.
I think Man vs. Game is pretty sick of streaming. He hasn't streamed since Elden Ring came out. Good few months now. Last I heard, he said he wasn't sure if he was ever going to come back. But yeah, you know, he's struggled with depression and drug use and all sorts. But maybe he'll come back. He was one of the top streamers on JTV, one of the first big streaming names. Oh fuck. PT Easter egg here. I think this is the War of the Worlds broadcast in Swedish. Demonic voices.
Those materials have already been processed.
Spooky Swedish. Spooky distorted Swedish.
Back to base.
It's PT, yeah, but it's the War of the Worlds broadcast from PT. I think, anyway. Sounds like that part of it.
There's a lot of erosion in that tunnel. Could come down any minute. Watch your step. You've reached the objective area. Now look for the target. I just hope he's alive.
Martian Dude, thank you for gifting a sub to Ghostranaut and to Hempmine. Cheers. I don't think it played the actual broadcast. You know, it was like their own recreation of it in Swedish. They changed some of the details of it as well. I remember people theorizing about what the changes could have meant. I think, anyway. I don't remember exactly. Martian gifting a sub to Resurrection by Election as well. Cheers.
No sign of any guards. It's never good when things are too quiet. Be careful. The target is in that industrial zone. Find him. If he's being held captive, he's most likely indoors.
Oh my god. It's Spanish. Ah!
What is that?
Oh my god, this is true horror.
Shabani. Your boy sent me.
You.
En je må signet og bannetod. Nå går jeg bek, Kebban. Burn with the rest of them.
Alright. I'll try.
What the hell is that?
Run, boss. It's him again. You can't let him catch you, boss.
You can't let him get you, boss.
Boss, I'll have the chopper touch.
Take cover, boss.
Yeah, I'll try and drive him off the edge here if I can.
He's coming.
Oh! Just about.
This is Pequod. Did that do it? Shortly out.
Okay, now's the time to get on the chopper.
Peace. See you later.
This is Pequod. I've arrived at LZ. We'll stand by.
I often fuck that up and I fall off the cliff along with him. It can be hard to judge. You think it feels like you're jumping way ahead of time, but it takes a while for the animation to land.
All right, you're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete. Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the best, boss.
The one and only.
Skullface. So he was in Africa after all. Working behind the scenes. Even that man on fire at his beck and call. But what the hell was going on at the Devil's House? Earphones embedded in people's throats. Tapes playing voices. And those lumps on their chests. They look like the ones on the bodies at the oil field. The man on fire burned everything to the ground. But we were recording audio the whole time you were there. We'll conduct a thorough analysis of it.
Please load, game. Oh my god. Thank you. Hey, who are these guys? How'd you get here? It's rare you see that where it's just like a patch of his face that's been charred. Usually it's the whole face whenever that happens. To me, anyway. Get back here, Pequod.
Boss, word has it that a Western arms dealer is going to be inspecting a CFA outpost. It appears he's involved with nuclear weapons development in the area. My hunch is that this guy is somehow connected to Cypher. I've got no proof, but we know Skullface is working through PFs in the region. Anyway, it just so happens a job connected to this inspection has come in. Take a look at your iDroid.
Can you get a haircut? No. Do you want to play as Venom Snake with a shaved head? Me personally, I am going to need to get a haircut soon, man. I'm going bald. I'm going to have to shave my head sometime soon. Suppose I better wait until I truly go bald before I stream with a cam. You know, I can't let you see me pre-bald and post-bald. May as well wait now. Let's see. Factory of the Dead. Let's do it.
Boss, about those invalids you saw in that devil's house.
Poor bastards. All strapped down to the beds, with those lumps on their chest.
The medical staff tell me they were probably a type of cyst.
Cysts can get that big?
In some cases, yes. But supposing they're a kind of atheroma forming on the surface of the skin, the size is just too big, and the appearance is all wrong. In the end, the medical team were at a loss. Those lumps were like nothing they'd ever seen. The fluid you said you got on your prosthesis when you touched one was burned off in the fighting, and the factory burned down too. None of the tests we did once you were back at the base revealed a pathogen that could have caused them. Meaning we don't have a single sample to work with.
Everything went up in flames.
What worries the medical team most is whether it's contagious. Whether there's a chance we could end up like that.
And?
Mother Base's sanitation control has always been strict. After all, war is great at transporting diseases. For the time being, at least. There's no sign of contagion or any symptoms that could be related. One more thing. About the surgery that had been performed on the people in the Devil's House.
Yeah?
You said that their throats were cut open, with an acoustic tube pushed inside?
Right. The tubes were hooked up to tape recorders, playing some kind of audio.
Well, we picked up some of that audio through your radio transmissions and recorded it here. The intel team has been working on analyzing the communications log.
What have they found?
There's nothing tying the contents together. We've got a report on 3 deaths in a car accident on the autoroute near Marseille. Protests outside the Libyan embassy in London. A press conference with the former Prime Minister of Sweden. A 4-month-old weather forecast for Balikpapan. And then commercials for appliances, cough syrup, and TV dinners. Assuming they're not all staged, and come off as recordings of your average public broadcasts.
Public broadcasts? Just radio and TV signals?
Yes, and from all over the world. We're looking into whether they're genuine or not, just to be sure. What else? A speech that sounds like it was recorded out on the street, and people chatting about how this year's tomato crop did.
And there's nothing they have in common?
We're partway through the cryptanalysis. That includes checking all audio ranges and running it backward and at different speeds. Then there's vocabulary breakdown for political suggestions, ideological comment points. But I don't think it's gonna get us anywhere.
Where were the recordings made?
There's nothing linking them from that angle either. Just like you reported, we've detected virtually every major language there is. French, German, Italian, Spanish, including South American accents. Then there's Russian, Hindi, Arabic, Portuguese, Mandarin, Cantonese, Japanese.
They're nothing if not thorough.
Well, I don't know if we've got them all covered. Ignoring the ones that have gone extinct, supposedly over 5,000 languages exist today. Besides, English isn't one of the ones we picked up.
Really? English?
I know. Only 5% of the world's population is a native English speaker. But when you factor in those who've acquired it as a second language, nearly 1/3 of the people speak it. The world's dominant lingua franca. You gotta figure they had it somewhere among all the languages in that place.
No English.
Bear in mind, we didn't hear everything that was played in that room. We couldn't isolate the more distant sounds due to static, and the program could have been set to change every day. In a nutshell, for reasons unknown, people in that room with a common medical condition were made to listen to recordings in languages from around the world. It's not clear how the growths on their chests fit into it. It could have been treatment for them, or maybe an experiment of some kind.
I'm guessing one person knows.
Yeah, Skullface. He was there. The only thing we can say for sure is that he's involved.
Okay, what's next?
The contract is to eliminate a high-ranking CFA officer. CFA doesn't just hire United soldiers as mercenaries. They're also supplying United with weapons. It just smacks of Western nations manipulating them against the socialist MPLA. Naturally, the MPLA is not happy with the situation and wants us to put a stop to it. Your standard issue East-West proxy war. Except it appears our target is the man in charge of how many weapons get supplied to UNITA. Apparently his MO is to keep the Civil War going as long as possible, so CFA can keep making a profit. Bad for business if UNITA wins too soon. So they sit back and suck the people dry. Parasites of war. Our intel suggests the target rarely ventures outside of Nova Braga Airport. But rumor has it that a Western arms dealer is headed there soon for an inspection. That could be your chance to eliminate the target from a distance. We also heard that he plans to leave the country following the inspection. This may be our only opportunity to take him out.
Okay, let me see. What do I want for this mission? If I want to show all the optional dialogues in this mission, it's actually quite challenging to do this mission. This is one of the hardest missions in the game, I think, if you want to do it clean, no checkpoints, S-rank, Foxhound, all optional conversations. You have to be extremely precise. Let me see. Steel and concrete. Guess I'll go for that. Let's do it. We might not get all the optionals in this, depending on... We'll see. If I fuck it up too many times, I might just grab the guys and extract them and get out. Let's see what happens. Although we're gonna get taken out of this mission. We get interrupted with the FOB tutorial mission. Zombie Dog with AIDS. Thank you for the tier 1. I'll put that towards the goal. Cheers, man. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Also, Dixon with the $10 as well. Thank you. 123 hours in. You and DRK are beasts. Cheers. Thank you. I'm glad you've been enjoying the marathon. Cheers. There is no goal. Other than my personal goal of wanting to make more money. It goes towards that goal, so I appreciate it.
CFA official in charge of supplying weapons to United. The target stays at Nova Braga Airport. Head to the airport first.
The goal is my bank account. To increase the size of the numbers in my bank account. One more step towards the mansion and the Ferrari.
Be careful down there, boss.
Nova blah blah. Alright, we should get an interruption here. Here we go.
Emergency. Mother Base is under attack. The enemy is overrun one of our platforms, and they're holding some of our staff hostage. If we don't do something, they'll try to take off with our men. That would mean losing some of our finest manpower. Boss, take back that platform. This is a race against time. For all of us. Get on this mission right away, boss.
Alright, let's do it. Retake the platform.
You made it. I've sent the information to your map screen. That's the target's predicted location. Check all around the target and plan carefully before moving in.
I've only streamed Twin Snakes once before. Yeah, I'm sure I will again in the future. Hey, Slayer Snake with the 25 months as well. Thank you. Helper Brothers bank account out. Cheers, man. Let's see. Yeah, we'll keep this on. This mission is a pain. If we fail it once and we want to restart, we're going to have to go all the way back to the ACC and then restart it again. For some reason, you can't. They won't let you restart after the first attempt.
Infiltrate the platform under enemy control and eliminate their commander. The moment they lose their chain of command, we'll move in and suppress the rest. The enemy have taken some of our staff hostage and are threatening to kill them if they're attacked. You can't rely on support from us this time. Anything we do might be seen as an attack. Boss,
the Twin Snakes is a much uglier game than MGS1.
But one thing's for sure.
I think.
They're gonna pay for it. Make certain of that, boss.
The visuals are one of the worst things about it, ironically, in my opinion. It looks so flat. The colors. Looks so sterile and flat. Like transplanting MGS2 visuals on the game, where it just doesn't work. Everything looks so washed out. The models look crazy with Snake's big fat ass head. You know, everyone says, oh, it's MGS1, but with better graphics. I mean, maybe, technically. But when it comes to the aesthetic and the colors and the artistry of it, oof. Yeah, I'm not a fan of how it looks at all. Oh, hello. PNTN with the 2 months. Thank you. Okay, let's see if I can do this properly. I really wish I did more of the FOBs back in the day. Okay, I see someone moving up there. I'm gonna just risk it.
The pipes, huh? They're strong enough. Could make for a nice shortcut.
Do they still do new FOB events and stuff like that? Did you ever have fun with the FOBs, Dim? Like in the early days? I don't know why I didn't try and play more of it. Ah. Oh, I got him just in time. I know Bad Humans said that it was the best stealth content in the game. Like the best gameplay content in the game. Or at least back when it was first out, before the meta became so refined. I can see why, you know, like trying to master all of the bases, level design. Like even just in this tutorial, it can be kind of complex and hard to master. There are all sorts of random factors as well, which you don't get in the other main missions. You know, the soldiers won't always be in the same spot, so you really need to be a lot more aware. I like the idea of the, you know, how random the FOBs are. Usually in MGS when you're playing it, like, you can really learn everything because the patterns are always going to be the same. The guards are always going to be in the same spot. But with the FOBs, there seems to be a lot more, seems to be much more of a random element. Originally, they had planned it for there to be like a lot more customization, you know, where you could really customize the layout of your base. That would have made the FOBs much better, I'm sure. You know, because then there'd be no way to really predict what an enemy's base was going to be like. If there was like, you know, a million permutations for how things could be laid out.
What's going on?
If we can extract the commander here, we can get some interesting optional dialogue.
There he is. That guy's the target.
Oh, that is Mosquito as well, okay. There we go. Started the very first MGS5 faction, so there was a lot of in-game drama with other players. Yeah, I wish I played more of it back in the day. But, yeah, I don't know. The reaction to the game just kind of made me uninterested to play it. go, 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 go. Okay, let's bring this guy over here so we're safe.
Don't shoot! Spit it out.
You're big boss.
Speak.
So you know what hell's like too.
Speak.
Boss, you still don't recognize me?
Spit it out.
So this guy's an old member of MSF.
Somebody get me down!
You're going to extract him. Good thinking. We'll make him squeal till he's paid his due.
Attention hostile force. We have eliminated your commander. Escape is impossible. Lay down your weapons immediately. Surrender now, and you will not be fired upon.
Okay, that's a lot of service crosses.
Mission complete, boss. Boss, we figured out who that enemy commander was. He was on the staff at Mother Base 9 years back. Despite surviving the attack, he broke off from us and spent his years terrified that a cleanup squad would come after him. The isolation screwed with his sense of loyalty. A rumor, source unknown, had him convinced that the attack 9 years ago was orchestrated by you yourself. The big boss sold out his comrades to hide from the world. He thought that's why you weren't at the base that day. He was so desperate to take us down, he built up his own PF, copying us in every way. His idea of the perfect revenge. But in the end, he was just a victim of disinformation. I'll leave you to decide how to deal with him.
Interesting. Doesn't seem too far from the truth. Selling out his comrades to hide from the world. Kind of similar to what he actually does in this game. Hey, what's up, Crow? FOB missions. Infiltrate a rival's FOB. Oh, game. What are you forcing me to do here? Oh, why are you forcing me to do this? And now I can exit. They forced me to go right up to the last part of it. And then I can back out at the last second. Well, thank you. At least they let me do that. Let me disconnect. Just so we don't have to deal with any of that shit again. FOB is taking damage. Suck my balls. Alright, let's go back and do this war economy mission. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Who is he talking about here? Who is the Mosquito talking about? Big Boss. He thought Big Boss arranged for the destruction of Mother Base. That's why he wasn't there that day. That he sold out his comrades to hide from the world, which I think is also supposed to be foreshadowing what he does in this game. With Diamond Dogs and Venom and Miller using them as a shield.
ranking CFA official in charge of supplying weapons to UNITA. The target stays at Nova Braga Airport. Head to the airport first.
I really do find it interesting how all the characters are introduced as if they're actors. And all of the main characters are given their nickname is in the credits. Like Punished Venom Snake in quotes. Revolver Shalashaska Ocelot in quotes. I think maybe did some TV shows back in the 80s, did they do that? Where instead of in the opening credits, instead of having the actor's name, did it say the character's name? Like starring this character? You know, it's just, you'd think conventional wisdom would say that it should say starring Kiefer Sutherland, starring Robin Atkin Downes. But it doesn't. It says starring Punished Venom Snake, as if he's the actor. Which kind of makes it feel like it's part of the point, given that they're, you know, they give their nickname as well, you know, what they stand for, what their names represent. Let me call in this buddy. Yeah, for some reason you have to reset the buddies after that mission as well. I forgot about that. So now we're going to have to wait. He is an actor. Yeah, that's what I mean. It does work as an idea, right? Because he's playing the role of Big Boss. Yeah, you get that tape earlier about the moniker Shalashaska, where Ocelot is talking about the power of names and language and the concept that the name represents.
We've just received word that the arms dealer due to inspect
power that has.
Airport is on his way. Once his chopper has arrived, they'll be touring the facilities along with the target. Let him bring the target out into your line of fire.
Later on, you have the whole thing with Eli where he loses his shit because they take his name away when he comes on the base. They refuse.
You made it. I've sent the
They disallow the other kids from calling him Nyoka Ya Mpembe. And he kind of loses his power because they can't, you know, because he no longer has the name.
That's the target's predicted
kind of takes his power away.
Check all around the target and plan carefully before moving in.
So it just kind of makes me wonder.
That's an enemy gunship. Don't try to take down a gunship from the front. You won't win in a head-to-head shootout. Try to get behind it and take it down with missiles.
This mission is one of the hardest missions in the game if you want to do all the optionals and do it consistently and efficiently.
Watch out.
No rising, nope. Fuck. Please tell me I don't have to call in D-Horse again. No, we're just doing the Kojima saga. Just the Kojima directed game. But maybe in future marathons we'll be doing Rising. We might do some spin-offs and other titles in the next marathon. I think we're going to start mixing up the games we play a bit more frequently.
I've sent the information to your map screen. That's the target's predicted location. Check all around the target and plan carefully before moving in.
I have played Rising a good few times outside of a marathon, but it's probably just been a while since I have. Why don't I have channel points? I don't know. I don't know.
The chopper will be arriving any minute.
I just don't.
Watch out.
Where am I going? What am I doing?
carrying the arms dealer. Keep your eyes on him. Our intel suggests the target will leave the country with the arms dealer after the inspection. Take him out before that happens.
What do channel points let you do again? Why should I add channel points? Will it help me in my with my capitalist ventures? Will it help me squeeze out any
Looks like the arms dealer's chopper is gonna patrol for the
squeeze out any more money?
Be sure you don't get spotted from above.
Game!
Looks big enough to hide somebody. You could stash a downed enemy in there or hide in it yourself. Just don't stand too close to me afterward.
There we go. Thank God. Jesus.
Besoek van die president. Dis 'n goeie skuld. Ons sê sentraal afgegaan, SANR. Die van die Oliveldpoortval was regtig 'n skande.
Skande is korrek. Nou te kom hier soldaathonde van ons te hoor. Spooke van 'n dooie era.
Meneer, ek het gehoor dat 'n man by die Olieveld die Big Boss was. Die legendariese huursoldaat. Iemand het my vertel dat ons teen iemand soos hy te staan sal kom. Ons kontrak het slegs gespesifiseer dat ons die fasiliteit moet beskerm teen plaaslike bevolking en militante faksies. Beskerming teen PF's gerigsteer met moderne tegnologie is 'n heel ander affære.
Ek het genoeg gehoor. Vereers het ons 'n inspeksie om af te handel. Wys my die plek.
Begryp. Kom ons begin by die suidelike hangar. Stap die kant toe.
Could those two be the target and the arms dealer? That material. It could be just what we need to develop new weapons.
Okay, I wasn't able to catch up with the chat there. I was too busy with the game. Channel points. Yeah, what can you do? You can like use emotes and stuff if you're not a sub, but you get enough channel points, you can use an emote. You're also like, you can highlight your messages. I don't want to read your dumbass highlighted message. Hey, look at how many channel points I have. Now everyone has to look at my bullshit. I don't know if I want to do that. Fuck off. Jesus. This was the same guy from before, I think. Oh my God. Okay, well, hopefully by the time he gets there, I'll be far enough away from him. There's a walker here coming. Now, it's a pretty tough mission if you want to do this all consistently.
The target's probably already outside the original predicted FOM. You'll have to look for yourself. Try interrogating some of the soldiers. They may know something.
More people watch ads. If someone collects channel points, more people get to watch ads?
Dit is die suidelike hangar. Die dak het al beter daar gesien, maar ons kan dit regmaak in 'n jagdag.
Baie ruimte. Dis goed. Dis die noordelike hangar so groot soos die een.
Ja, dit is dieselfde hangar. Dis 'n bietjie ver om te loop.
Okay, let's go check out the other hangar.
Could those two be the target and the arms dealer?
Yes, Miller, I think so. Seems like it.
That looks like the target.
Hey, now we just hide in the back. They'll idle on chat, or at least leave it on to get more points, and indirectly would end up watching ads. Oh, I see. Maybe I should get these channel points then. Twitch, I think, are going to be leaning into ads a lot more in the coming years. It seems like it. They're setting up this whole new ad incentive program. And yeah, we'll see. I might start playing ads if the deals are good enough. But it shouldn't be too egregious. Just like a couple of minutes an hour or some shit. Yeah, block the shit out of the ads. I don't care. I understand. I don't like ads. It seems like the regular ad block struggles with Twitch's ads, in my experience anyway. But I'm sure there's a way to get around them. Dog can move into Dave's garage. Dave is a master of calculating what Twitch is up to with their ads. He has it all figured out.
Dis wat ons doen. Natuurlik is die verspreiding van kernwapens 'n kops, maar wat as jy 'n atoombom op enige plek kan bou sonder spesialistfasiliteite, sonder hoëgraad uraan? Dis die nuwe sakemodel. Dink net aan die markandeel wat ons kan betrek.
Meneer is nie ernstig nie.
Ek is altyd ernstig. Jou verkoopsroetes gaan onvervangbaar wees. En om te dink, as jy nie 'n nukes het, sal die MPLA ook wil kry. Betaling sal uiteindelik groter mynregte wees en dies meer. Maar sedert die oliebaronne Amerika se spoorwegstelsels verlam het, sal daar altyd 'n mark vir olie wees. Die nuutste diamante sal nogal 'n lekker payday wees. 'n Meisie se beste vriend natuurlik, hè. Dis PA vir jou. Elke sakker se skrouende girlfriend is deel van ons bemarkingspan. En die Afrikaner mors net al die geld. Koop wapens om mekaar uit te moer. Die regte wêreld. Kag snaaks, nee my broer.
Vertel dit vir wie ook al my vervang. Ons is oorlogmakers. Ek erken dit. Ons maak 'n lewe met bloedgeld.
They're speaking Afrikaans.
Dis my manne werk. Dis ons enigste uitweg van alle ander industrie is uit die streek te kry. Met koloniale magte wat munt slaan. Dis omtrent al wat ek kan hanteer.
Toe gaan die jakkals.
Het jy genoeg gesien? Dra die ondersoek verby is. Jy my chasse toe vat, soos ons saam gestem het.
So jy wil die kans versprei.
I never did do the side ops with the weapons specialist. They try to tie him into the main story in a little way as well, it seems like. I never fucking customized my weapons in this. I don't think I ever even recruited that guy. It's like a whole fucking system in the game. I haven't used it once. I really need to do like a 100% run of this game sometime soon. PNTN, did I thank you for the 2 months? Thank you, man. Cheers. Okay, well now, here's the hard part. This is where we have to get moving again. This guy in the walker gear, he always comes up here. This is scripted to happen. Another guy coming down the stairs up there. These guys are going up there. If I want to catch the last conversation between these two guys, I have to be quick following them up there. Can't move yet until this guy moves. Well, I probably can, but I'm going to be safe. There we go. Can't get too close to these guys either when they're climbing the stairs, or else they'll see me. That'll fuck everything up. I think you can do this consistently, Dim. I fucked it up. Fuck. Oh, you were talking about something else, Dim? Okay, I thought you were talking about this mission. Well, I did fuck it up anyway, so maybe you're right. If you were talking about this mission. Although, no, that was just my bad. Right. Fuck it.
The target is going to get away. Hurry up and
This
take him out.
bastard, where did he go? Oh, okay.
You completed the objective. Now get out of there.
That was a nice shot. I'll take it. Okay, well, we didn't get to do it how I wanted to do it, but whatever. We did most of it.
All right, you're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete. Mission complete. We've begun development on that new battle gear weapon that Emmerich was talking about. If you want to see how development's going, come take a look for yourself.
Okay, see you later.
Boss, I know you're just coming off this mission, but there are reports of child soldiers taking over Massa Village after the CFA got wiped out there. They've been raiding the surrounding villages, so the people have requested we eliminate them. Check your mission list for the details.
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ.
What's that scene? Well, we get to see how Battle Gear is developing. And we get to see Huey with his I Love Diamond Dogs mug. Showing us how much he really loves Diamond Dogs. Proving his loyalty. You know, if you're wearing the t-shirt, you must be a fan, right?
Boss, I know you're just coming off this mission, but there are reports of child soldiers taking over Massa Village after the CFA got wiped out there. They've been raiding the surrounding villages, so the people have requested we eliminate them. Check your mission list for the details.
The White Mamba. Nyoka Pembe. He's the commander of the kids based out of Wala Yamasa. As you know, contract forces of Africa were stationed at that village. Anti-government forces hired CRS to bring kids there from around Africa for training. But at some point, the adults with the PF started dropping like flies. This was right after we arrived in Africa. We don't know the cause. The kids ended up on their own. Must have been like fish out of water. Nothing to eat, no way to get back home. All the adults taught them was how to use a gun. Sure, they could shoot targets, but hunt for food? Not likely. They wouldn't have lasted long. Then the White Mamba showed up. He was faster and stronger than them, a better soldier, and he knew how to lead. I guess somebody wished upon a star, because their savior turned up like stardust straight out of the blue. The moment he arrived, the kids had their new commander. That was when they started attacking other villages. Word of the infamous White Mamba spread fast. But it isn't just his combat skills that got people talking. As you can tell from the name, he's the only light-skinned kid in the unit. Not to mention the blonde hair and the blue eyes. Not common in those parts. We have no idea where he came from or what he's experienced. The kid's a huge blank. But I'm sure you'll know him when you see him. One other thing. He's still a kid, so don't kill him. Be careful not to hit him with anything lethal. Not even a flesh wound. Our mission objective isn't just suppressing a bunch of militants. This is a DDR operation of the kids in that unit. DDR stands for Disarmament, Demobilization, and Reintegration. Disarmament is obvious. We take their weapons off their hands. The demobilization part means dismantling their military organization to ensure they can't arm themselves again. To do that, you need to capture the unit's commander and have him order his men to disband. In this case, the commander is the White Mamba. There's nobody above him, so he's all we need to grab. Finally, reintegration. Through education and occupational training, we give them a means to live besides war. A lot of kids born in a war zone don't know any other way to live. So before they find themselves back there, we teach them another skill. I'd like to establish this rehabilitation process at Mother Base. That's why we're bringing those kids back here. It's not so much for their sake. It's for the world that we're trying to create. No other way about it. Those kids are amateurs. Bad for business to have them running around where we're trying to work. Bring them all back if possible. Or as many as you can.
The timer is the total time for the whole marathon, yes. Let's do it. White Mamba.
Boss, The CFA soldiers deployed to Bwala Yamasa have been annihilated. There are no signs of combat, nor any endemic disease. All the adults just disappeared. Only children were left. All those kids were ever taught was how to fight, and now they're free of the control of adults. They've become a regular bunch of marauders, raiding nearby villages, beating people and destroying property. Our contract comes from the government. We're to locate this militia, these kids, and kill them. But I say we do this the Diamond Dogs way. The government wants these raids to stop. We can see to that, but not by killing kids. We're going to disarm, demobilize, and reintegrate them. A DDR operation. To begin with, extract their commander to Mother Base. Once they lose that kid, the one they call White Mamba, the rest of the group will fall apart by itself.
Okay, let's do it. Let me switch out of this gray urban. Guess we'll go back to Tiger Stripe. Let's get rid of this vehicle. All I really want is the basics here, I think. Do it. Bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. If you could, would you shoot the kids in the game? No. No, I'd never do anything like that. Can we ban that guy? Wait, you were that guy.
And bring him back to Mother Base. First off, head for Bwala Yamasa.
Can kill the kids in Metal Gear 2, though. I actually forgot to show that when I played Metal Gear 2. Damn. I didn't show that this time. Eli, the White Mamba. Even that they put in quotes. Everyone has a moniker. Yokoya Mpembe.
That's the commander of the child soldiers. One day he just showed up in Bwala Yamasa and whipped those kids up into a capable combat unit. He brought a new order to the region. The locals know and fear him as Yokoya Mpembe, White Mamba. That name is practically all we know about him. And though he's the White Mamba, he's at the top of the local blacklist. He may be young, but he won't be an easy target. Sounds like a terrible little bastard all round.
A terrible little bastard. Les enfants terribles. The terrible bastards. Ooh, fuck. Hello. That was close. I think Bwala Yamasa is supposed to be... I think the name is maybe a little hint towards liquid as well. I think if translated, it means like river town or village of water or something.
The White Mamba showed up in this village out of the blue and took command of the child soldiers. The surrounding villages have been victims of
village defined by a liquid.
But if you extract their commander, those kids will have no choice but to stand down. Should wrap up the whole situation. They're still kids. You can't kill any one of them, including
passing through with my horse
if
here.
things get rough, neutralize them by knocking them out or by tranquilizing them.
I'd say a kid could survive that. Might have a few broken bones.
The wormwood, also known as absinthium, that's used to make your phantom cigars.
I don't think I have actually hemp mine. My hunt for wormwood, I have a vague memory of that. Is he sleeping? He is, yeah. We could approach him now, take him out. But we miss out on a cutscene if we do that. This cutscene changes depending on the if you have the Kikongo interpreter or not. If you have the Kikongo interpreter, Snake will speak Kikongo. Kiefer will speak Kikongo. It's a liquid. Oh shit. I'm just gonna wake him. Oh. Oh, what the fuck? You saw me there?
Looks like the target.
Oh, you better not be going back to sleep, Eli. Jesus. Nice, okay.
So you're the so-called White Mamba.
Oh, I don't have the Kikongo interpreter.
Something tells me that's not the name your parents gave you.
So you're the little bastard. You're the terrible little shit.
So that commander thinks he can take you on. Use your train gun, CQC, anything you like. You'll teach him a lesson already.
Remember I watched a review for this game once that said that this was like one of the best CQC fights in the series. What were they smoking? Better than the boss? Better than Volgin? I mean, it's okay. Like, it's alright, but, you know, there's there's not much depth to it. Where's he gone? MGS4 is really cool CQC, but there's just not the incentive to really use it. It's really cool, but it would have been cool if there was more of an incentive to actually use it.
You lose, Commander.
Roger.
I don't think there's any way to avoid an alert if you engage Liquid like that. I tried so hard before, like trying to take out all the kids, trank all the kids, extract all the kids, but no matter what, I think some kids will always appear and trigger an alert. So if you want to do this without alerts, I think you have to, you know, trank Liquid before the fight even begins.
This is Pequod. Have arrived at LZ.
Sometimes it'll bug out here and the kids will hang around. They'll still be here. They'll just be frozen. I do quite like Liquid in this scene. The rebel. Ooh.
Mission complete, and how? They're gonna tell stories.
Welcome to Outer Heaven. We got rules around here. Never draw a weapon on a fellow soldier. You got that?
You little shit.
Anyone here can use a knife or a gun. What you're gonna learn is how to use your head.
The irony.
Let's move.
When you get that under your belt, then you're free to leave.
Well, you should learn how to use your head, Venom. You've lost like 90% of it.
We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid.
Get back here, Pequod. Where do you think you're going? Did DRK kill Quiet, by the way?
Gaining altitude.
He did? Okay. I feel like it's been a long time since we've done a Quiet playthrough. I feel like the last few marathons she's been dead. But I'm kind of okay with that. It is a bit of a pain in the ass leveling her up.
We placed the White Mamba and the rest of his unit in the staff living quarters.
How's that going?
It's a disaster, but what else can we do? We've taken away his weapons and banned him from using his nom de guerre. Apparently his real name is Eli. He must feel like we stripped him of his whole identity. We'll let things simmer down. I put a guard on him for now. Still, the question is, who is he? Where did he come from? And how has he survived?
He's still not talking.
No, he won't say a word about himself. But you know, it looks like he speaks English. One of the deck crew called out to him in English, and he said something back. He just lost it all of a sudden, started mouthing off at the guy, in perfect English. He wasn't stringing together words he picked up somewhere.
So English is his mother tongue.
He could be from the east, or the south, or maybe even further north or south. English is well established in countries all across the continent. It's rooted in Africa like a weed, or maybe parasite is the better word. So just speaking English doesn't help us figure out where he comes from.
Could even be from off-continent.
Right. In any case, we'll keep an eye on him. If we learn anything else, I'll be sure to let you know.
DRK hates Quiet. What about you? I'm not the biggest fan either, I have to say. I think the concept is cool, where like her relationship is supposed to be entirely dependent on the player's interaction with her. Right from the get-go, from, you know, you can completely avoid her if you want. You know, even recruiting her is up to the player. And then herself and Venom are supposed to have this unspoken relationship, not through words, which I think is supposed to match up with the fact that the player can't really communicate with her. And then, you know, to unlock her ending, you have to play with Quiet a lot. You have to level her up completely. You have to be fond of using her as a buddy in order to unlock the end of her story. I kind of like that idea of having this unspoken relationship that's completely based on the player's interaction with her and the player's fondness for her. But yeah, at the same time, I feel like it could have been executed a bit better. Having the development of their relationship be symbolized by her just getting more and more provocative in the ACC just feels a bit juvenile to me, you know? Because that's the only thing that really shows you how their relationship grows. You know, you keep playing with Quiet. You unlock more abilities. But yeah, as you level up your bond with her, she just becomes more and more provocative in the ACC, and I don't know, it just feels kind of silly to me. I don't really have anything against sexualized characters, you know, within, you know, in MGS3 it makes sense with Eva, that's the kind of character she is, but with Quiet in this game, I don't know, it just feels kind of silly. But I think the idea is cool, like the whole concept of it. The unspoken relationship based on the player's actions, kind of standing in for the, you know, their relationship standing in for the player's unspoken relationship. And yeah, that last level where you're just going against that endless series of tanks. And the whole situation with the sandstorm and her talking on the radio, it all just feels a bit contrived. The last tank just appearing out of nowhere when it triggers, you know, when it cuts from gameplay to cutscene. That always bothered me for some reason. Maybe someone would consider that nitpicking, but you know, you destroy all these tanks. And then it cuts to a cutscene afterwards, and oh no, there's actually one more. No, there's not. I was looking over there. We destroyed every last one of them. That tank wasn't there in gameplay, but now it's here in a cutscene. That always pisses me off. And you know what else really sucks about that mission as well is that you're really incentivized to use a battle dress. Whenever I see people doing that mission for the first time, they're kitted out in the battle dress. Because you're going up against all these tanks, and it's this war of a mission. So you're going to be wearing most people are going to be wearing the heaviest gear with the best armor. But if you do that, the cutscene with the snake makes no fucking sense. The snake biting through this heavy gear. It's like, what the fuck? How is the snake actually getting me through this battle dress? But yeah. Let's do close contact.
2 engineers are being held in the observation post southwest of Ngumba Industrial Zone. Boss, your mission is to rescue them. The targets are civilians, 1 male, 1 female. They were dispatched to the area by an international health organization, but disappeared shortly after. Extract the 2 targets and help them escape the country.
Let's do it. Close contact. I think I want to get dropped off here. The 2 scientists. Yeah. All I want is smoke grenades for this. Go at night. Gabadaladan-da-da-da-da. Gabadalada-da-da-da-da.
Rescue the 2 prisoners being held in a guard post to the southwest of Ngumba Industrial Zone. The targets are civilians, 1 male, 1 female. Apparently they're specialists sent out there to investigate infectious diseases. They were frequent visitors to that devil's house at the Zoyabat. If you recover them, we'll finally be able to get first-hand accounts of what's been going on in that place.
The Goomba Industrial Zone. I don't know what the hell you were talking about there for a second. Mario, what? Alright, let's get these two scientists.
Boss, an enemy squad is on its way to the guard post. Watch yourself.
Yeah. Seahorse, thank you, thank you. Okay, we have two scientists to rescue here. They both have unique dialogue if we put them on our back. So I'll try and get both of their little speeches here. We're going to wait for the first guy to leave the tent. He's going to go off by himself before he gets spotted by another couple of guards. If I approach him now, he's going to get on the ground. He'll fall to the ground, so I just want to wait for him to pass first.
You need to help her.
You've come to rescue me. I was supposed to shoot dangerous work.
And now she goes straight into a monologue. I don't have time for your life story yet, Jesus. We're in a bit of trouble here. I'm not sure if you noticed.
So we went to that factory. Bodies. It scared me.
I see.
And used to say no. What could that be? Lois, Pembergoy.
Dermodromes.
What's the cause? Who would do such a thing? Hey, are you researching it as well? Better quit while you can.
We did the Devil's House mission. Yeah, we're a few missions after that.
I've never seen anything like that. That coward ran off without me. Not that I fought against him. It suspected I was infected. Quite some time. Obsessed. That place must have really taken. I always wore protective gear during the examinations. There's no way I could be infected. So you needn't worry. I'm alright. Please. Get me out of here.
Okay, I think that's it. We can extract her. Now it's his turn.
That's the target.
So, here to save me. I was called here to transport some equipment to the facility. And examine patients there. But never did I imagine what was that? I've never seen those symptoms before. And that treatment. There's no treatment at all.
The enemy's given up their search for you. But they're not giving the all-clear just yet. Stay alert.
You don't know anything. You've never seen that disease before. Yeah. by myself. Left her behind. I had myself to think about. And besides, it was too late for her anyway. During an examination, her protective suit sealed. Champion is Delta 3. What's your question long enough? Like you're supposed to stop it. Word. I don't know about it. There's nothing I can do now. I'm still not sure how the disease is transmitted. But she's probably already just like... Yeah, she must be. Was every man for himself.
Okay, can I just run out of the mission zone? I probably can with this guy. Let me just test this. Okay, nice.
Amazing, boss. Getting both prisoners out in that situation. Great work. Now exfiltrate.
3 Dog, do you speak Afrikaans? Yes. Yeah, I do.
Amazing. Mission complete. Boss, we placed the 2 targets in quarantine. They don't show signs of anything, but we'll monitor them just the same. If they had access to the Devil's House, I doubt they were sent there by some health organization. Cypher used them, and would have eliminated them eventually. But we'll protect them here. They've agreed to that. After all, we helped them out of the country as promised. The mission's complete. But boss, they've been behind the curtains at Ngamba. They examine the patients there nearly every day. They told us the patients were being made to listen to voices on tape. But the male target added something interesting. He said he doesn't know what was on the tapes because there was no English version. Of all the voices that were shoved down those people's throats, English was one of them.
Okay, what's next?
Boss, we have an emergency. Come back to Mother Base ASAP.
Oh, hey, it's this one.
Boss!
Damn it! This is our home. How can we let this happen? Guess it's time to increase security. Just give me the order.
Who did this?
A competitor. We know where they're based. Even have a route mapped out. We're ready to strike back. Say the word.
We already did the FOB tutorial.
Product of the Les Enfants Terribles project went missing in Africa. The age would be about right. Now, I'm not saying I think it's Eli, but I want to run a genetic test all the same. Don't worry, I'll have it done without him noticing. The test may take some time, but I'll tell you as soon as we have the results.
What were they looking at? They were imagining my FOB. He was picturing my FOB. I don't think we did. Did DRK show the minus GMP scene? How would I even get rid of all this GMP? What's the fastest way of getting rid of your GMP? God, it would take so long to just go using supply drops. Right, let's develop a load of shit. We're still gonna have loads of GMP, I bet. Oh no, okay, cool. We're good. I haven't seen the minus GMP scene in a long time. And now I guess we'll just call in a few supply drops.
Contract comes from the Mbele rebel militants. That's right. That general's fighters. Recently, one of their child soldier platoons staged an insurrection and split from the main group. Thing is, they took a hostage with them. The general's brother. His number 2. The contract is to extract both that prisoner and the leader of the renegade platoon. The message reads, "I love my brother. You must bring him back to me alive." It also says this about the leader of the child soldiers. He is an excellent soldier. I want to persuade him to rejoin the ranks of the righteous. Sounds a little too forgiving for the man who ordered those kids dead at the mine. I wonder what kind of persuasion the general has in store. With that in mind, here are your objectives. First, rescue and return the general's number 2 as requested. Second, extract the renegade leader, and we'll keep him at Mother Base. In other words, extract both targets out of the region. Good luck, boss.
Yeah, Kokorius. That's what I was just thinking. We should probably just go to a random location first. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ga-ba-da-la-da-la-da-la-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ma-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Can you throw the general's number 2 into the back seat of a car and allow him to be found by any of the child soldiers? Okay, right, I'll do it. I kind of feel bad for the general's number 2. His story is kind of brutal. He talks about his family members who were like murdered right in front of him. Let's see. Vehicles. GMP minus 500. Yeah, let's bring in a vehicle. And a supply drop. Oh, right, okay, the supply drop costs way more. Cool. Ugh. We probably don't even have to wait, but let's wait just to be safe. Thank you, X.
Boss, our GMP is now in the red.
Shut up.
If it stays this way, staff morale...
We don't draw weapons on comrades. Look around you. This is your family.
Oh my god!
Show's over. Get out of here.
Be gentle. Of course.
How lewd.
These are bad for you, you know. Morale has fallen. No. They just need a mission. Orders to follow. You see someone stuck in the waiting room, you give them a job to do. You two. You just earned yourself a week in the brig. Deck cleaning duty by day. No, wait. You've got some blood to pay me back for first. Your CQC is sloppy. Come see me later for a lesson you won't forget.
The lesson being me beating the shit out of you.
Well, morale taken care of.
Where you going, Ocelot? He's gone. It's a phantom.
Roger.
There's a Pequod on station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
Oh shit! 2 of them! When that happens, that's someone like walking out of bounds, isn't it? Like when you try and move someone from one strut to another strut, it's them like Fultoning themselves.
Boss, our GMP is now in the red. If it stays this way, staff morale will fall and the men will start leaving Diamond Dogs. You've got to bring in more funds and keep costs down.
Okay, right, let's get back to this mission. Let me change my setup. Let's get rid of this vehicle. Equipment. Get rid of that shield. Get battle da 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 da. I think that's all I want there. Smoke grenades. Bam, bam, bam. Will we see Paz? Did DRK didn't do any of the Paz stuff yet? Yeah, I'll do that. I actually quite like the Paz story. That final tape hits me in the feels a bit.
Your mission objectives are to extract the child soldier's commander and their captive, the General's number 2. This child soldier platoon decided to break away from the Mbeli militants. They took the number 2 captive and have occupied an abandoned village. Start by checking that location on your map. Boss, child soldiers will treat you as an enemy, but they're just kids. See that they don't get hurt.
Okay, let's do it. All right, Dim, I'm gonna try and get this General's number 2 in the vehicle. I'm not sure if I've seen what happens here before, so let's take a look.
Reconnaissance is best conducted from high vantage points. I've marked a good spot on your map. Take a look at your iDroid. There he is, the commander. Extract him.
Maybe I'll go get the Congo interpreter. Oh, we'll do this first. Maybe we'll try and show this thing with the General's number 2. Then maybe I'll go back and get the interpreter.
He's the rescue target. The second in command of the Mbeli rebel militants. He's the younger brother of the General, but he's only distinguished himself these last few years. Still, I think he got himself captured by a bunch of children. Unless he went with them of his own accord.
Hands up. Hands up.
Please, thank you.
That's the target prisoner. Okay, that That's the General's brother, his number 2. Get him out of there, boss. Another group of child soldiers? No, must be a squad they had out on patrol. Security will be tighter now. Watch yourself. Boss, another child soldier has entered the village. Must have been out on patrol. Looks like they had more than one patrol out. Security will be tighter now. Watch yourself.
Okay, that should be good enough, right?
That container's filled with raw materials. Looks like they're using those colored bands on the outside to tell the contents apart. Whatever's in them, it'll come in handy somehow for Diamond Dogs.
How does Ocelot see things in real time with you? Because it's an MGS game, and that's what they do. They sacrifice realism. For the sake of being able to include more interactions, create funny observations. Yeah, that's how it always works with the codec in classic MGS as well. Somehow your team always know what you're doing. Oh shit! He has a unique response? They try and wake him up. It registers that he's asleep or something. What's he saying to them? What the fuck are you doing? What is he saying to them? Does anyone know? What's he trying to say? They're gonna go up to the other guy now. Oh shit. Fuck. Okay, let's get out of here. Oh, right, yeah. You have to be really fast on this mission if you want to get it. S rank. Fuck. Go, go, go.
Disengage, or use your tranquilizer pistol or CQC to put him down gently.
Oh, this guy is still alive. How? He always gets killed really early by them. The coyotes will usually kill this guy really early. Whoa, okay. Something fucked up.
Doesn't look like the target.
He's usually the first guy I go to. Usually you have to rescue him before he gets killed.
Okay, subject is in.
Yeah, thank you, game. 4-wheel drive, personnel with new skill, development requirements met. Thank you.
Yes, mission complete. Boss, about how we report this one to the client. I'll tell them we took heavy resistance from the renegade platoon and the hostage was killed in the firefight. Also, their leader wouldn't let himself be taken alive. I doubt the client will pay us for this one, but we got a big enough reward from the General's number 2 instead. And as for the number 2, he's saying he wants to join Diamond Dogs. I guess he knows what that means for him. He said, if I'm working for you, I can be number 2 or number 200 for all I care. Boss, we have an emergency. Many of our staff are falling ill. At first it seemed like a common cold, but before we knew it, blisters started popping up on their chests and... Damn it. I'll fill you in at the ACC. Just get in the chopper. Look closely. Those are the symptoms of the infection on Mother Base. The blisters on the body were full of tiny worms. Parasite larvae, most likely. But we couldn't find any adults. It doesn't seem to mature.
Okay, let's see if we can get this over with fast.
We don't know the root of infection.
The Congo.
What causes symptoms to develop? Boss, do you remember seeing these symptoms before? The bodies floating around in the oil facility, the bedridden test subjects at the Devil's House. This epidemic looks just like what we've seen on our hunt for Cypher. So this is the weapon of mass destruction Cypher was working on in Africa. Boss, the situation is urgent. We need to quarantine the infected and contain the pathogen. Priority now is to prevent more casualties. But the problem is, how do we tell who's infected? During the incubation period, we have no way of knowing who's clean. You'll have to try and guess who's infected before they go symptomatic and quarantine them. That'd be easy if you just knew the route or vector of the infection. From now on, if you even suspect a staff member's infected, use your iDroid to order them into
I think I have the strain.
Given the situation, the men won't submit to quarantine just because I or the medical team tell them to. But they will listen to you. Of course, it's just a temporary measure until we find a permanent solution. But at least they'd be in solitary isolation so they won't infect each other, and we get the mental care they need. If we do nothing, we'll only lose more people. We have no choice. Boss, open your iDroid.
It's been open for a long time. Ocelot.
Explain how to quarantine staff members suspected of infection. Go to the Mother Base menu and select Staff Management.
I'm already there.
First, take a look at the quarantine facility we've set up.
Hold on.
We'll isolate anyone who's already symptomatic at the quarantine facility. But we have to expect that there are multiple staff who are infected, but asymptomatic. So how do we identify them? At present, we have no way to tell them apart. But there has to be something for us.
Everyone speaks Kakongo.
If you notice anything, reassign staff you suspect are infected to the quarantine facility. We'll monitor them and then contact you if there's a change in their condition. Correctly quarantining these asymptomatic infected will reduce the number of new infections. You should continue with your missions as usual. If Cypher is behind this, going after them should help us determine the root cause of this epidemic. Also, until we identify the pathogen, we can't fire or dispatch any staff. We cannot let this thing spread. Boss, get to the bottom of this Fast. We're counting on you.
Are you finished? Oh my god. We're almost done here, I think. Bingo, bango, bongo, I don't want to speak a Congo, I refuse to go. Ba 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 da ba da ba da ba da ba da ba do. Ba ba da ba da ba da ba 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 ba. They've got things like the atom bomb. So I think I'll stay where I am. Civilization. I'll stay right here. We have a few people in sick bay as well. Any Kakongo boys here? Okay, I think we're good.
All right. We'll quarantine the staff you specified. Did you figure out what's causing the infection? Boss, a new job.
I think I missed a couple.
It's a hit. I'm the human trafficker who sent Shabani and the others to Nzoya Badia Bulu, where you ran into Skullface.
Nzoya Badia Bulu.
The thing is, this guy might know something about the disease that's going around Mother Base. The symptoms are similar to the ones we saw at that factory. Start by checking the mission details on your iDroid.
Did anyone notice if I missed anyone? I think we should have gotten a different bit of dialogue from Ocelot. Nzoya Badia Bulu. I like saying that. Nyokaya Mpembe. Nzoya Badia Bulu. No Kakongo there. They've got things like the atom bomb. So I think I'll stay where I am. I think we got them all. I thought you always got like... I thought if you did it correctly and you got all the Kakongo people, you got a bit of dialogue from Ocelot implying that you got all of them in the brig. This guy? I can't select the guy in the brig. Oh! Oh wait, no, this is all staff. Martian, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Cheers, enjoy, whoever got a free sub. They've got things like the atom bomb. Any cassette tapes? We have one cassette tape to do.
Look closely. Those are the symptoms of the infection on Mother Base. The blisters on the body were full of tiny worms. Parasite larvae, most likely. But we couldn't find any adults. It doesn't seem to mature in the body, like a spargatum. We don't know the root of infection, or what causes symptoms to develop. The infection rate, along with the number of dead, are both on the rise. If we don't find the cause, and soon...
Boss, do you remember seeing these symptoms before? The bodies floating around in the oil facility, the bedridden test subjects at the Devil's House? This epidemic looks just like what we've seen on our hunt for Cypher. It could be a counterplay by Skullface.
That's insane. You mean they weaponize parasites?
Parasites as weapons. That definitely falls under the Biological Weapons Convention. But it's something the world would never see coming. And no one's ever developed a vaccine for parasites.
So this is the weapon of mass destruction Cypher was working on in Africa?
It may be. But if it is, how did the Yellowcake and Walker Gears fit in? There must be something bigger we're not seeing. Anyway, our priority now is to prevent more casualties.
The medical team is studying the infection, but we can't treat anyone until we know the root cause. All we can do right now is halt the spread of infection.
Okay. What's next? Hunting down this one. This shouldn't take too long. We can just run in and grab this asshole.
Your job is to find and eliminate him. He's a logistics officer for the PF known as Rogue Coyote. On the side, however, he colluded with the Buta regime, abducting people from Mbeli villages and supplying them as slave labor. That's right. He's a human trafficker. His victims ended up all over the place. Brothels, black market, organ trade, diamond mines. And he was the one who sent Shabani and the other kids to the Devil's House. But then an Mbeli rebel group finally added him to their hit list. The target decided it was time to quit, and now he's trying to leave the country. If he makes it back to his country, he'll be no more than a civilian, and he'll avoid facing a court-martial, like so many other war biz junkies. I'll bet he plans on enjoying a new live finance with his blood money. The client's order is to take him out. How you go about that is up to you, boss.
Okay. 190k. This guy... I think they start their march from Camp 12. Or is it 14? Oh god, I can't remember. We'll see. Higher grade versions of your equipment. Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Can we not permanently unequip this fucking vehicle? What's going on? Alright, let's do it. ASAP. Are you sad there are no Hind Ds in this game? Well, there still are knockoff Hind Ds, right?
The client wants him dead. He's currently on the run somewhere on the
I'll take what I can get.
Unfortunately, we don't know what route they're taking. All we have to go on is a coded transmission sent by the PF at the Ditati abandoned village. It appears to be a workup of the target's security plans, but to decipher it, we'll need an intel file with the encryption key. This key should be at the comms facility at the Ditati abandoned village. Check your iDroid to see what the target looks like, as well as the location of the village. Find the route. Find the man.
What's my favorite part of the game? Rescuing the kids in Chapter 2, easily.
Be careful down there, boss.
Especially the third kid. Remember that mission where you rescue the third kid in Chapter 2? After that, it would probably be mine clearing number 7. You know, everyone goes on about mine clearing 6, but with 7, they really took it in a whole other direction. People just need to, you know, come around to it. Probably take a few more years before people start to appreciate number 7. You know? You think it's one way, and then it's the other way, as Marlo Stanfield would say. What the fuck am I talking about? Let me go down to number 12, I think. Ooh, fuck. Okay, we're already here. Nice. You know, number 7 just changed your whole idea of what mine clearing could be. It rewrote the rules. Where am I going? deconstructed the whole mine clearing genre. Where is this guy? Hey, there they are. The guy we're after always has that one guy right beside him, backing him up. You better drop, sir. Can you say the name of that place again? I don't even remember how it sounds. What place? Nzoia Badiabulu.
He's coming too. That's the target. Eliminate him, however you see fit.
Spit it out. Speak. Speak.
I saw it. I saw the skull watching me. I don't want to become one of them. What's he talking about there? Becoming one of the puppets? The skull puppets?
Spit it out.
Or a test subject for the parasites? Probably a test subject for the parasites.
Target extracted. We'll let the client know he's been dealt with. Exfiltrate out of the hot zone by Joe. You gotta extract him.
No, White Mamba, it's not.
All right, you're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete. Amazing. Mission complete. Our trafficker was very talkative. Guinea pigs. That's what became of his kidnapped victims. Says he got a good look at that factory in Nzoia Badiabulu when
Nzoia
he dropped off some
Badiabulu.
fresh guinea pigs for them, along with our man without a face. His instincts told him to run like the rat he is. Said it wasn't worth the money. Figured he could be next. That's when he went to the NGO for help. He thought that in exchange for his buyer's list, they could set him up with a new identity someplace far away. He had an idea who he was up against, and he didn't want to take any chances. A true rat. But like us dogs, he knew when he smelled trouble. And something else. He said the specimens come from deep in the forest. We don't know what he meant by specimens just yet. But those guinea pig symptoms match what we've seen on the infected at Mother Base. Deep in the forest. Maybe there's the clue we need to beat this infection. Boss, the truth could be right around the corner.
We're getting close to you know who.
Boss, we finally heard from one of our missing intel team members. He says he has a solid lead on the epidemic at Mother Base. Take a look at the mission details ASAP.
Boss, the intel team's hard at work investigating the cause of that illness spreading through Mother Base. Problem is, a bunch of our agents in the field are still MIA. Progress has been slow, until now. We just got a distress call from one of them. He said he's got intel on the origin of the disease. But the PF in the area got to him before we did. There's been no further contact from him, but we know he's being held at the guard post on the western end of the mine. There's still a good chance he's alive. We can't afford to let him die. Right now, he's the only link we have to the root cause of the epidemic. Get our man back, boss.
Yeah, let's just fucking go, D-Horse. Straight into it. Now we're getting close to Code Talker. We're coming up towards the end of Chapter 1 now. We have a few more missions left.
A member of the intel unit has gotten a lead on the epidemic that's crippling Mother Base. The problem is, our man has been captured by the PF in his operation area. He's being held at the guard post on the western end of the mine. Boss, we need you to get him out ASAP. Right now, he's only linked to the root cause of the epidemic.
Why are we excited for Code Talker? What a stupid question. Are you serious? It's fucking Code Talker, man. Every word that comes out of his mouth is gold.
Be careful down there, boss.
My favorite word being Blagana.
Check the VI on your iDroid. That's where the target is being held.
Yeah, everyone loves the Wolbachia and the Dineh, but no, Blagana is where it's at. Alright, fool. Get on the ground. Get on your knees. Thank you. Pequod. Get the fuck over here.
Once the coast is clear.
I wonder, are you allowed to just ride out of the mission area with this guy? You know, I've never tested that. Oh. I'm assuming you can. Although with injured guys, you are forced to actually extract them, I think.
The target is being held captive in the guard post on the western end.
I shouldn't have restarted. I should have just put him on the horse.
That's where the target is being held.
Good. This should deafen them.
Cover his escape, then extract him once the coast is clear.
The whole nuke system is rigged, isn't it?
I know.
where like it's impossible to disable all the nukes. There ironically there are like phantom nukes.
Code Talker. They have the mansion surrounded. The old man will die. If you find him, you gotta... Our other men got me out of that mansion. Acted as human shields. Told me, get this intel to the boss. They have them now. Somewhere.
Okay, can I just leave through? What the fuck is going on here? What?
Mission complete.
Oh, nice! I can just bring him up here.
What the hell is behind this epidemic?
Okay, well now I have a faster way of completing this mission. And we got all the mission tasks. Alright, I'll take it.
Amazing. Mission complete. Boss, the intel team member you extracted is gonna be okay. All thanks to your quick actions. He keeps muttering the same things over and over. About the pathogen. And the old man who knows how to treat it. Code Talker. He even told us where he is. This is our only lead, boss. Let's go meet this Code Talker. Boss, you need to make contact with Code Talker, the old man who knows what the pathogen is. We have to stop this disease that's spreading across Mother Base. Select the mission on your iDroid.
Boss, you need to make contact with the Code Talker, the old man who's supposed to know what's behind this infection. The intel team member you extracted was able to pinpoint his location. A forest that stretches across the Angola-Zaire border. The locals call it Lufwa Valley, the Valley of the Lost. The target's in a mansion deep in this valley. A PF is deployed there, but we've also spotted an unidentified group operating in the area. If Cypher developed this pathogen, there's a good chance our target played a central role in that process. But is this their weapon to surpass Metal Gear? Will the pathogen or its cure lead to Cypher? This guy is the key to everything. Boss, make contact with Code Talker and extract him if you see fit. We can't afford to lose any more men. We have to stop this thing.
Fooly Cooley with the 16 months. Thank you. Let me see here. What do I want to do? We'll go in at night. All the animals come out at night.
Contact with the old man known as Code Talker. According to the intel team member you extracted, he knows what the epidemic is and how to treat it. You'll find him in a mansion deep in the valley beyond the forest. He's a high-value target who's probably involved with Cypher's research. This information came at a heavy price. And you convince security on site is gonna be tight. Watch yourself out there, alright? Make contact with the target, Code Talker. And if the treatment requires it, extract him to Mother Base.
Fawcett coming in with the 58 months and the 58-month streak as well. Thank you, man.
Be careful down there, boss.
Alright, where are we going? We get to see the sniper skull ladies here, who all look like Venom. It's kind of weird if you look at their character design here. They have eye patches with 3 straps, and they have a belt hanging down from their ass.
Judging from security in the area, I'd expect to see a patrol by now. Missed. Have a bad feeling about this. It's the skulls. Damn it. So Cypher is behind this.
Yeah, that pan across all of their boobs and then down to the ass and then finally up to the face. But yeah, kind of interesting how they have Snake's design. The eye patch, the strap. The strap is supposed to symbolize the tail. The horn and the tail. Apparently, originally Kojima actually wanted Venom Snake to have an actual tail. But Yoji Shinkawa refused to give him a tail. He said, "No, man, I'm not giving him a tail." So he settled for a symbolic tail, a strap. I thought that was hilarious when I read that. Imagine that. Imagine having an actual tail. What would the tail look like? What kind of texture would it have? Would it have like a spiky little triangle at the end of it, like a devil's tail? Like a cliche devil's tail? Where am I going here? This piece of shrapnel coming out of his ass. That move that Sahelanthropus has is kind of weird, you know? When Sahelanthropus whips the ground with its sword whip and you see the horns that burst out of the ground that look just like our horn. Looks like they're made out of the same texture. Ooh, fuck off. Yeah, I'm going to be avoiding these guys. It is an optional fight. If you choose to ignore them, it means you have to deal with puppet soldiers after rescuing Code Talker. it also changes the interaction, the sequence after you rescue him. And it means you also have to avoid the snipers again after you rescue Code Talker. You know, I never did. I don't think I ever tried to kill them after rescuing Code Talker. I assume you can.
No sign of those snipers. Did they give up? Whatever. Just get to the mansion. Pronto.
This mission actually has unique alert music as well. If you get an alert here up at the mansion, it has a unique theme that you only hear on this level. Let's just wait. Move your light back across. Thank you. Shining lights. Shine light like a diamond. Shine lights like a demon. Shine bright like a demon. Shine bright like a demon. Fuck you. Go down.
Risk security. Looks like they're protecting the target. Why don't you try interrogating them? They might know the target's exact location. Excellent work, boss. They don't even know you're there. Keep it up.
I've been waiting, Tilly. Or should I say, Bedahokhale.
That's him. That's Code Talker.
Look familiar? It's infecting my men. How do we
Silence. Or death.
What do you...
It could be in here. Stay quiet. Your life depends on it. Sit. The parasite has infected your band. Those are its larvae. They enter the throat and attach themselves to the vocal cords. They mimic the host's membranes flawlessly. No one can tell the difference. Upon reaching maturity, they mate. Sustained exposure to a particular sound triggers copulation. The resulting larva then feast on the host lungs, killing it. The particular sound.
His words.
His words. They attack only those who speak a certain language. Not just one. I cannot say which language your parasites are attuned to. But silence is the best way to keep them from laying their children. This contains an herb that they dislike. Good. That should deafen them for a while. You have bought yourself some time. Speak.
Is there a cure?
Once symptoms manifest, lava have already infested the alveoli. At which point, nothing can be done. There is a way to halt the onset, which would prevent infection.
I need your help.
He stole the ones I sealed away, forced me to do his terrible work.
Skullface.
Even a country like America sways in his wake. I could not defy him. The fate of Diné lies in his hands. However, perhaps the Nishia led you here. If my children have upset the Hojun of the world, it falls to me to set it right.
Cool. Get out of here.
You've secured the target, but he's too old to risk a Fulton extraction. Put Code Talker in the chopper and return to base.
He claims they are the dream of every ruler since the dawn of time. Teach them your enemy's words, then unleash them on his land, destroying only those who speak his tongue. He calls them his ethnic cleansers.
Ethnic cleansers? That's what Skullface is after. Then, Inzuya Badiabulo was... Boss, he's gonna wipe every language besides English off the face of the earth.
Ironic, isn't it? They gave us language, and now they take it away. It is thanks to them that man first learned to speak. But now, the hands of their clock turn back. They've been warped by the hands of man.
The other way around, Kaz. Alright, let's see if I can get out of here. Ah! Fuck!
Controlling those soldiers. Be careful.
Okay, I'll take them out.
Victims of the experiments. They were implanted without my knowledge, even had I known. There is nothing I could have done.
Are the MIA intel team members buried there too? Bastards. They're gonna pay for this.
Oh, that was the game. I thought I got a fucking donation there. Refreshing Streamlabs. What the hell's going on? Right, yeah, I forgot that was the donation sound. Let's see. Get out of my way. Up this way. Yeah, now we have these puppets to deal with. The skulls are up here. Do you need to call a chopper here manually? Let's do it.
Roger.
How come the male parasite soldiers aren't wearing bikini bottoms? Because they're male.
Yes, mission complete. Boss, that was exceptional. Boss, we found the bodies of the 2 missing intel team members in Lufwa Valley. We knew we wouldn't get them back alive, but still, it's a damn shame. Don't let their sacrifice go to waste, boss. We need to stop the epidemic at Mother Base. That old man, Code Talker, he's the only hope we've got.
They're not confident enough to rock the look? Are the male skulls insecure? Do they have low self-esteem?
Tell me how to fight it.
I hid the answer in a microbe this one carries. It turns the male parasites into females, preventing reproduction. One parasite infecting another. However, it doesn't affect only the parasite. It alters the host as well. Your infection will be contained, but you and your men will also be rendered infertile. That is the price you must pay to regain your speech.
That freak show back there. They the work of your children too?
Different strain from the vocal cord parasite, known as the one that covers. It acts as the host's skin, providing strength in exchange for nourishment. But I did not know those men were infected. They were forced to serve him. steal my research. Have you seen one of their vehicles?
The Yellow Cake.
Captured a convoy they were escorting. Cargo, some kind of mineral.
What became of it? The metallic Archaea.
Clouds ahead!
It's them.
All right, here we go. Let's see. What weapons do I have for this fight?
Boss, are you okay? So the vocal cord parasites that have infected Mother Base, they're ethnic cleansers designed to silence those who don't fit into Skullface's worldview. We can't allow him to have such power. Go over the mission details and get going ASAP.
I'll take this and the launcher. I think the sawn-off shotgun can be pretty useful here. I'll try and use a really fancy strat. Hopefully we won't even need to use any weapons to take them out. But just in case we do. Let's do it.
Clouds ahead!
It's them.
Snake, can you hear me? Are you okay? Like you're surrounded by mist. The support chopper can't get close to your position right now.
Hurry! They are coming.
I want to lick your head, Code Talker. I want to lick your bald head. I bet it's salty. I want to lick your salty forehead, Code Talker. We are their quarry.
We are their quarry.
Let's do it.
So that Misty is their work.
Oh, where am I? Where am I?
You need to eliminate this.
Alright. Sorry for the anticlimax, but we're gonna have to go back to the ACC. Where the fuck are all my items? I should have just went for an attempt anyway. Select equipment, items, tools. What the fuck? Why did they all disappear? If you wanna suck my ballsack, you better not suck my ballsack. What? Am I losing my fucking mind here? What is going on? Oh, right. Okay, I am losing my mind. That's okay. Give me those decoys. Let's put some smoke grenades up here. And I think that's all I really want. I was just looking in the wrong menu. We are their quarry. Okay, let's see if we can do it this time. I'm going to try and kill all of them just using the anti-air placement gun, which is possible, but you have to be very precise with how you set it up. Shut up, Sean Icestone. Why are you voicing every fucking random soldier in this game, Sean Icestone? Alright. That's Sean Icestone. Yeah, he voices like every fucking Diamond Dog soldier.
We cannot lose Code Talker.
Oh, get fucked! Nice!
That mist is clearing. Great work, boss. I'm coming in on another chopper. Get Code Talker to the LZ and wait there.
And that's how you do Metallic Archaea. With only decoys.
We're in a race against time. Put Code Talker in the chopper and return to base.
Hey, what's up, Bunya? And an AA gun. Well, I mean, just... those are the only items you need to have. Decoys are so OP in this. A level 1 decoy will stun a guy wearing full body armor.
Arriving shortly at LZ.
Will knock him out.
This is Pequod. On station at LZ.
Get in, boss. Mission complete, and how? They're gonna tell stories.
Make sure to tell your friends about what just happened. Make sure to spread the legend, spread those stories, okay?
Skullface is no longer in Africa. The nuclear test was a success. Now they turned their knives on me.
Satellites didn't read any test. Neither did seismometers.
The detonation test took place 5 years ago in the southern Indian Ocean. The final test was the opposite, to prevent detonation.
You mean?
Skullface plans to sell nuclear weapons that he retains control of.
It's not like hawking small arms to militias.
Indeed. He plans to avoid detection by exporting minerals containing tiny amounts of uranium in the form of metallic archaea. Once on site, the metallic archaea enrich the uranium and weaponize it. Loaded onto all-terrain bipedal machines, they ensure any country, armed group, even the smallest terrorist cell, can become a nuclear power.
Bipedal. So that's why they needed Huey.
A nuke business to replace the arms business. And Skullface owns the market.
The very atmosphere of nukes, anywhere and everywhere. Deterrence on all sides.
So that's why he ran a non-detonation test.
Yes. Another metallic archaea instantly overrides the criticality generator. It fails safe only he controls. Any such weapon can be deactivated whenever he chooses, regardless of who owns it or their intent to use it.
Nukes. Controlled by a man, not a country.
If they proliferate, conventional nukes lose all value. Political, military, and economic. The two superpowers become powerless.
I don't know what a streamer house is, Bunya.
Teams have come up with a proposal for a new suit that applies Code Talker's research.
That was quick.
The Parasite suit. Apparently, it can recreate some of the Skull's unusual abilities. But in order to use those abilities, it needs parasites. If you want to wear this suit, you're going to need to get a hold of parasites by extracting skulls.
I don't think I live in a streamer house. I live in a house with 2 Vietnamese lesbians and like a 20-year-old fucking Spider-Man fan. That's the house I live in. We have a kitchen, a bathroom. I have my own bedroom. They have their bedrooms. I don't think that's... I don't know. I don't think that's a streamer house.
We need to stop the epidemic at Mother Base.
About the pathogen spreading through Mother Base, what's your opinion?
Textbook symptoms of vocal cord parasite infestation. And judging from this casualty list, It is the Kikango strain.
Wait, they're Filipino lesbians. Did I say Vietnamese?
Breed of
Filipino.
parasite that triggers symptoms upon detecting pronunciation specific to Kikango.
So how do we keep them from becoming symptomatic?
Use this. A type of Wolbachia. Introduced to a sample of the parasite. The parasitic bacteria that colonizes the parasites, turning male to female and preventing copulation. We must cultivate more.
Thanks to Code Talker, we've managed to put a stop to any new vocal cord parasite infections. We couldn't save those already symptomatic, but everyone who survived has been released from the quarantine platform. Skullface will pay for this.
Again with the truth serum?
What are those legs made of? Titanium? All the way to the femur.
Metallic archaea.
Sahelanthropus. Where is it?
What?
We have to know before his plan is complete. Sahelanthropus is the final piece.
What are you talking about?
If the Soviets break out a mobile, controllable nuclear weapon, East-West relations will be right back at the Cuban Missile Crisis.
The Cold War returns to life, as countries without nuclear arsenals line up for what Skullface is selling. Nuclear weapons proliferate overnight, and on the brink of annihilation, the world maintains its balance.
But we know this is all just a shield, a ruse.
The cleansing parasites are what matter most. A WMD to eclipse even nukes, and the only one that can still be used. Skullface is the world's greatest threat, and Zero's. The pieces are in place. All that remains is to unveil Sahelanthropus in Afghanistan.
They can't activate it without me. Okay, B-Zero. Sahelanthropus is beyond the Soviet base camp, in a lab built by the Soviet philosophers. That's what you're looking for. But I have no idea how he's controlling it. It wasn't designed to accommodate a human pilot. No! No! Wait!
We got word from Afghanistan. Everyone at the Soviet base camp's dead. No sign of fighting. Parasites. Skullface's men then headed north. The target is OKB-0. That's where he'll activate Sahelanthropus. Unless we stop him, he'll go down in history a conquering victor. We can't let that happen. Wipe him out. Don't leave any trace of his existence.
I'm gonna need backup on this one.
You'll rendezvous on site.
All right. We're getting close to the end of chapter 1. We have a big batch of tapes to go through before we get into this final mission, or our final 2 missions, so I'm going to play those now. Maybe I'll take a food break. This seems like a good time for a food break. I think that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, let's go through some of these, and I'm going to get some food. Be right back.
About the pathogen spreading through Mother Base. You've seen everything we've got on the outbreak. What's your opinion?
Textbook symptoms of vocal cord parasite infestation. And judging from this casualty list, it is the Kikongo strain, meaning a breed of parasite that triggers symptoms upon detecting pronunciation specific to Kikongo.
So our Kikongo-speaking staff are at risk?
Quite so.
He's right. All the victims do speak Kikongo.
So they can survive if they just use another language?
There is no guarantee. You're only dealing with the Kikongo strain. Other language strains may be present. You well know he was teaching them languages from all over the world.
The Devil's House. Nzoya Badia Bulu.
There is no way to know how many strains he has at his disposal.
So how do we keep them from becoming symptomatic? You mentioned using microbes.
Use this. A type of Wolbachia. Introduced to a sample of the parasite.
Wolbachia?
A parasitic bacteria that colonizes the parasites, turning male to female and preventing copulation. You must cultivate more. What have you done with the infected bodies?
Cremated to stop the spread of infection. But we did keep a few for study.
Good. Take this sample, grind it to a pulp, and introduce it to the larvae now nesting in the dead. The Wolbachia will multiply rapidly within those larvae.
They're soldiers, not some petri dish.
Conventional cultivation methods will take too long. Extract the Wolbachia from those larvae and vaccinate your men. Kikongo speakers first. This is the fastest, surest way. No one is to speak a word of Kikongo until the Wolbachia are safely inside them. I will instruct your medical staff in detail on site. You have the appropriate facilities. Yes, but do not worry. I made a pact with your Bit de Jolone on the honor of the Dene. I speak no lies.
Keep an eye on him. Will do. Follow me. I'll take you to the medical team.
Now, we must wait for the Wolbachia to multiply in the larvae.
How is the disease transmitted? If it's carried by insects or rodents, then...
There is no intermediate host.
So...
The vocal cord parasites lay their eggs in the larynx of the host. Most hatch and migrate to the lungs, but some are transported to the mouth through ciliary movement, mixing in with saliva.
Saliva. Droplet transmission.
Sneezing, coughing. Any food or water containing infected saliva. It would spread fast.
Indeed. And when the larvae migrate to the lungs, symptoms can resemble the early stages of a cold, making it easy to infect others.
Meaning a simple conversation would be enough to pass it on.
All right, so what happens after the larvae migrate to the lungs?
It is as I said before. They mature by feeding on alveolar tissue. It is only then that noticeable symptoms appear in the host.
And by that point, it's too late. He's infected everyone else. It's one hell of a weapon you've created.
That is what Blag Ana wanted. Something that would spread easily. In truth, he's not the reason. But we will discuss that another time.
The Wolbachia have multiplied. We're preparing to extract them and begin vaccinating. But is this really the only way? Sure, it'll prevent infection, but the cost?
You would rather remove their vocal cords?
No. Tactical communication's a linchpin of what we do.
What if we were to ban the use of Kikongo?
Insufficient. First, there's no guarantee that only the Kikongo strain is here. Second, there is the matter of how the parasites lay their eggs. Before they can copulate, they must be exposed to the pronunciation of a specific language for a period of time, like a container filling with water. But the duration between when the container is full and when the copulation actually begins varies from case to case. In other words, even if the infected stop speaking as a countermeasure, it may already be too late. The only true solution is to prevent copulation through the Wolbachia, or by physically removing the affected tissue.
Do any antiparasitics work?
It sounds as though you have already tried.
Yeah. We tried every one there is, and nothing.
I have yet to find a medicine that can remove the parasites. At best, it temporarily covers their ears.
Why is that?
Because the parasites are companions to us. To remove them inevitably harms the host.
Companions?
More than you think. And this is why the human immune system cannot eliminate them.
We've inoculated the staff with Wolbachia to keep them from becoming symptomatic.
That should also contain the infection.
How did this happen in the first place?
It has to have been a Cypher spy within our ranks.
If this is so, then why the Kikongo strain? If their intent was to wipe you out.
Skullface said the remaining English parasite was close to the boss. If this latest strain was his doing, he wouldn't have tipped his hand.
It is possible someone brought eggs onto the base without knowing. Stuck to their shoes, clothing.
Well, that makes the most sense to me.
And where did the eggs come from?
You mentioned that your boss visited Nzoya Badiopulu.
Sure, but his gear's disinfected immediately upon return.
Then he was not the carrier.
And not just the boss. All staff dispatched to high-risk regions were quarantined on the flight back. When the symptoms first appeared, we checked and disinfected all equipment used up to that point. Any and all prisoners, soldiers, materials, and animals extracted during missions were also quarantined.
So, that just leaves...
I have seen children around here. Where are they from?
All over. Some were being held hostage at a mine. Then there were the troublemakers at Bwala Yamasa.
Bwala Yamasa?
Yeah.
Their clothes, their things. Did you burn them?
They're just kids. We couldn't... And besides, not one of them's shown symptoms.
The parasites don't infect prepubescent hosts. Their vocal cords are not fully developed.
Well, if infection doesn't occur in children...
It is possible they carried eggs on their clothes, and the infection spread from them.
Check the kid's stuff.
I doubt there is any trace left by now.
But if there is, some of those kids must be close to hitting puberty. How could we have missed this?
The name Bwala Yamasa got quite a reaction from you. I'm guessing the Kikongo strain was released in that village.
Cypher used that region to experiment with vocal cord parasite transmission. The Kikongo strain. The settlements around the refinery upstream of Bwala Yamasa were the proving grounds. They would infect one villager, then record transmission speed. Dangerous work. If they failed to contain the infection, it would slip into the surrounding regions.
At which point the world found out about the parasites, making them useless as a weapon. Incredible they'd risk such a thing.
The test site was densely populated too. A terrible place for such experiments. No doubt, they thought burning everything would wipe away all traces. The settlements were covered in oil anyway. Who would wonder if one day they caught fire? And so it did. They burned it all. Living and dead.
Those remains.
But they miscalculated. Transmission speed was far faster than anticipated. It may have been the temperature, or hygiene standards, or perhaps the parasites reacted quickly to Kikongo. Whatever the reason, nearly all villages were swiftly infected, and the settlements reduced to mounds of corpses. Making matters worse, the dry season was ending. When it came time to burn the village, the Moneni River had swelled. Many of the bodies were waterlogged.
Meaning they didn't burn completely.
The corpses still contained viable eggs, and the larvae washed downstream. And when the people downstream drank that water...
That marked the end for Bwala Yamasa.
I learned all of this at the mansion. I warned him of the risk of eggs getting out.
And?
We are prepared for any eventuality.
I get it. Putting the oil field back online. The oil leaks, saner. They plan to pollute the river, prevent the spread of infection.
But the oil flow was stopped, and downstream the people of Masa Village started using the water again. The PF soldiers deployed at the village were locals, spoke Kikongo. They were infected, and the kids survived.
I've heard enough.
And who stopped the flow of oil?
Don't.
We did.
That confirms it. The source of the Kikongo strain infection was Masa Village. And the children brought it here. It is no one's fault. There is no blame to be cast.
The parasites, they were tested in other regions?
Their physiology requires that they be tested under varied conditions. Another test site was in Afghanistan.
So it was the parasites there.
Both the Pashto and Tajik languages are spoken in the mountains of Afghanistan, and population density is low. Ideal testing grounds for how accurately the parasites target only the specified language. It is also relatively easy to prevent the spread of infection.
And the results?
The first test, I am told, was a success. Once the Pashtun Mujahideen were infected with the Pashto strain, they were all but wiped out.
The Hamid fighters at Smasei Fort.
It was doubly successful. No Tajik Mujahideen or Soviet soldiers became symptomatic.
So the parasites proved to be effective. What about the second test?
Also supposedly a success. A Pashtun village was the target. However, the original aim was to obtain samples of the infected. In this, they failed.
And the village?
The Soviets enacted a standard scorched earth operation.
That must have been the village where Malak lived, before being held captive at La Marjate Palace.
Having had more time to think on it, the details shared with me may have been false. They are madmen who would do anything to cover up the truth.
They certainly seem to like tossing their problems in the fire.
As a boy, Skullface's life went up in flames. Perhaps that is what fuels his fixation with fire.
Your Wolbachia stopped the infection all right, but I still don't get it. How can a few bacteria change males to females? I know they're only bugs, but...
It is not such a rare thing in the natural world. Many insects and nematodes are infected with Wolbachia.
But why?
They nest in the cell cytoplasm of the host, even in the egg cells, with the result that the offspring are born infected.
Mother-to-child transmission.
However, Wolbachia cannot nest in sperm because they do not have cytoplasm. So even a successful infection of a male ends after a single generation. This means the Wolbachia must resort to maximizing the population of infected females.
Sounds like an ethnic cleansing campaign on a tiny scale.
Gender change from male to female is their survival tactic.
So more females means more Wolbachia carriers, so it can keep thriving in the following generations.
But the parasites in a human host are supposed to be a mating pair. If there's no male, there'll be no offspring at all. It's killing itself.
Slow down. This tactic is intended for environments where a single male can copulate with multiple females. Originally, the Wolbachia did not infect the vocal cord parasites. I created a mutated strain, modifying the Wolbachia so that it could infect monogamous pairs. The Wolbachia's greatest multiplying tactic, the male-to-female change, worked against itself in the monogamous parasites. Just as you said. Then, I performed repeated selection of Wolbachia strains until I achieved 100% certainty of male-to-female conversion.
Creating female-female pairs, unable to reproduce.
And you say the Wolbachia affects the host of the host, that is, us, cutting off our means to reproduce?
It is almost certain. Of course, we will not turn female. After all, mammals possess no natural gender-changing function. But some Wolbachia strains can cause cytoplasmic incompatibility in the host.
Is that some cell deformity?
Put simply, it means the altered sperm of infected males kill the female's egg on contact.
And that's happened to us?
Yes. And yet, what occurs in humans is not just simple CI. To date, there are no cases of Wolbachia affecting humans. The fact that this strain causes this effect, is it the vocal cord parasite's affinity with humans? I do not know enough to say for sure.
So the parasite warps the host. Reminds me of what Skullface said.
It is the way of all organisms to create their own optimal environment. Just look at you and this base. Organisms that cannot do this are doomed to extinction. The difference with parasites is that their environment is another organism. That creates a connection between life and life. Parasitism, symbiosis, or death. In this way, the host too is challenged to adapt.
About this OKB-0 Emmerich was talking about. Its location and features match the citadel in the mountains northeast of the Soviet base camp. Built during the time of Alexander the Great, it was left in ruins following one of Genghis Khan's campaigns. Its occupants changed time and again due to war, and it was expanded on more than one occasion. Ultimately, it fell into the hands of the Soviet philosophers. The Soviet army was using it as the headquarters of its Afghan invasion force. But it would seem that Skullface's connections with the philosophers gave him license to develop Sahelanthropus there. And that's what Emmerich was doing at the place, before he got the axe. But OKB is a designation the Soviets use for weapon design bureaus. There's no way they'd have one of those in Afghanistan. And in principle, the numbers that follow OKB are always integers above 1. There is no 0. Perhaps this was a secret facility of the Soviet and Chinese philosophers dating back prior to World War II. Though it's more likely Skullface just picked a fake name that more or less fit the Soviets' pattern. He doesn't go there often, but he sure as hell won't miss this. They use the heliport on top of the tower for his visits. Start by heading for the heliport. Then wait for your chance to make contact with Skullface.
It seems Sahelanthropus's armor is made from depleted uranium. That offers some serious protection. The U.S. military is planning on using it for its main battle tanks, too. Maybe that's where Emmerich got the technology.
Uranium? They're using nuclear fuel for armor now?
No. What they use for nuclear fuel is uranium-235, which is extracted from natural uranium. Depleted uranium is a byproduct of that process. Sort of like the leftovers, I guess. The garbage. Uranium-235 makes up 0.72% of natural uranium, whereas depleted uranium contains only 0.2%.
What are the benefits of using it for armor?
It's a pretty short list. Uranium's a heavy metal, like lead, meaning it can hold a greater amount of kinetic energy. But it also boasts a hardness closer to tungsten. That makes it an ideal material to use for, say, armor-piercing ammunition penetrators. But it's not the best choice for armor. Its volume is less than that of ceramics, but for an equal weight, you could end up with less protection.
So why use it then?
According to Emmerich, it came down to him being unable to source ceramics technology from a manufacturer. Plus, given that it's an upright walking vehicle, he wanted to reduce the bulk of certain areas. Despite all that, depleted uranium still makes for some tough armor, and Emmerich says it's been proven in live fire tests. It stops most Soviet tank shells.
Code Talker, what are the metallic archaea?
Volcanic craters spewing sulfur. Water hot enough to boil your skin off. Ocean depths of 800 plus atmospheres. Wastelands radioactive enough to kill you where you stand. There are groups of organisms that survive despite. No. Because of living in such environments.
I've heard about them. Extremo... something.
Extremophiles. By selecting certain species, then subculturing and repeatedly modifying them, I created a metallic offspring of pure archaea. They subsist on metals rather than organic matter.
And some of them even consume uranium?
Yes. Uranium enrichment archaea metabolize only uranium-235. As a result, they produce weapons-grade enriched uranium. How is that possible? Consider how plants fractionate carbon isotopes when they conduct photosynthesis. Nature possesses abilities beyond our imagination.
So it was archaea that brought down your chopper?
Corrosive archaea, yes. They oxidize metals, feeding off the energy in the electrons they receive. What became of the wreckage?
We had the R&D team retrieve samples for study in airtight plastic containers, of course.
Prudent. We shall extract archaea from it in good time. They should help you fight back against Blagana.
Any chance we could start now? It doesn't have to be a lot. I might just have another use for them.
If it's only a small amount you need.
That's fine. I'll get the R&D team to assist. Let's go.
South Africa was previously suspected of developing nuclear weapons. It already had a conspicuous presence at the UN because of apartheid and its armed expansionism. But when neighboring Angola and Mozambique became socialist countries in '74, South Africa felt hounded into a corner. So it accelerated its nuclear program to protect itself. 3 years later, the Soviets discovered a test facility, and 2 years after that, an American satellite observed a flash in the southern Indian Ocean. It said this was South Africa conducting a nuclear test with the help of a certain ally. Skullface used the situation in South Africa to get this ally to lend a hand. They both wanted nukes, so it was a mutually beneficial relationship. On the surface, anyway.
I figure South Africa started getting serious about nuclear weapons production in '75. In '74, the government was still able to get by with bluffing that it had a nuclear arsenal. But the year after, word spread that an independent armed group in the Caribbean was crushed by Cypher for possessing a WMD. That's right, boss. What happened to you and your men was the reason South Africa decided to push ahead with nuclear development. A force independent of any country getting its hands on a nuke. That was a threat to the existence of countries everywhere. It wasn't just South Africa. Your presence pushed a lot of countries to get nukes. The world was scared of you. You were a threat to more than just the Cold War. If nations are gears in a machine, you had the power to smash them loose and watch the whole world grind to a halt. Emmerich uses externally powered legs of his own design. It's bionics technology, a product of the U.S. military's failed attempt to develop a powered exoskeleton. All the wearer has to do is apply a little force, and the actuators continue the movement in that direction. But his legs are unique. Instead of using a hydraulic mechanism, the actuators run off metallic archaea. That increases the actuator's reaction speed and also enables him to lock and release the joints at will. The legs are a nifty little gadget, but they have two clear weaknesses. First, they're dependent on external power, maybe because he built them knowing he couldn't leave his lab. There's no internal battery. That's why they won't work if they aren't plugged in. Second, and this is more than just a weakness, the legs are directly connected to his bones. Could be to minimize signal loss and the order's output to the legs and the drive response from them. Either way, Emmerich has used bolts to attach load-bearing parts directly to his femurs, probably by mimicking surgical treatment for compound fractures and the like. But the end result is those legs and his body are fused together, and that appears to be how he's able to move them so precisely. But that also means that any shock to the legs would be delivered right to his bones by way of those bolts. The same is true if he encounters the corrosive metallic archaea. If the corrosive archaea ate into the exposed bolts, they'd reach the endoskeleton parts and eat through them too in the blink of an eye. The doctor's bones are full of holes to accommodate all the bolts. They're like sponges. If he were to lose the reinforcing parts, even the tiniest bit of force or weight would snap his bones. So when I dangled those corrosive metallic archaea in front of him, he realized straight away what would happen. Life wouldn't be worth living if he lost those legs of his. I'd bet that is what the doctor fears the most. I just helped him imagine what it would be like. Thanks to that, I got the information we needed without either of us getting hurt. You know how he is. He's probably already over the shock. The better you know your adversary, the easier it is for you to get information from them. And vice versa.
Alright, let's fucking do it then. Let's do it. Missions, mission list, Skullface.
Thanks to Code Talker, we've managed to put a stop to any new vocal cord parasite infections. We couldn't save those already symptomatic, but everyone who survived has been released from the quarantine platform. Skullface will pay for this. Boss, Emmerich confessed. Skullface's endgame is to activate the bipedal walking tank Sahelanthropus and deploy it into live combat in Afghanistan. That's why he moved into the Soviet research facility they call OKB-0. If his plan comes to fruition, there'll be no stopping the ripple effect worldwide. Find a way to make contact with Skullface before that happens. Then learn what you can from him and put a stop to his plan. We'll have our fun with him later. This is it, boss. Diamond Dogs is strong enough now to face him head to head. It won't be like 9 years ago. Make your way to OKB-0.
Alright, let's do it. I'm gonna crack open beer number 4. What do I want to bring with me? I think we might use the smoke grenade strat here. Smoke grenade rank 3. I think that should be enough. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm pacing them out, JMP.
That's where Skullface is keeping Sahelanthropus before setting it loose in Afghanistan. There's a good chance he's got nukes, too.
Boss, we need to figure out what Skullface is up to. If you make contact with him, get him to talk. The ethnic cleansing parasites, Sahelanthropus. Find out what his plans are.
All we know is that Skullface's plans are on the verge of fruition. We need to stop him while we still can.
Jack Quaid playing weak-ass bitch man in Death Stranding 2. I want to see that. Actually, I don't know if I want to see that. Oh fuck! Hold on, I'm gonna have to bring in a. Let's bring in a vehicle.
They first spread reports of a chemical weapon leak. The infection won't spread into the surrounding regions.
There we go.
I think they just exterminate the men who work with them all this time. Skullface must be making his final play.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Our core with the 8 months and the 1 streak. Thank you, man. Let's do it. Can't wait to fuck this strat up. Let's see if I can do it first try.
Go on board the chopper. His idea of an escape attempt? Who can say? We'll think of how to deal with him later. Snake, do you read me? I know more than anyone about OKB-0 and Sahelanthropus. Boss, I've made up my mind. I want to be of use to you, not him. Let me work to pay for what I've done. I'll prove it, that I've always been your ally.
Boss, I'll be focused on coordinating backup here at Mother Base. The chain of command is still in place.
Fuck off.
Make contact with Skullface. Head for the silo at the facility's northernmost point.
Okay, hopefully that's far enough. And hopefully that works.
The enemy sniper.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Make contact with Skullface. Head for the silo at the facility's northernmost point. Boss, get down. The enemy sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable...
Go, 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 go! Okay, I guess it didn't register that it was actually inside the Jeep.
Make contact with
Alright, let's be a little bit safer this time. We'll put the vehicle here, right? That should be more than enough.
Boss, get down. The enemy sniper.
Go! Yes! We did it. We did it. I think. Or not. Okay, we didn't do it. Fuck, man! It doesn't have to be that precise, usually.
Make contact with Skullface. Head for the silo at the facility's northernmost point.
You can turn the whole vehicle into a cloud of smoke, which they fail to register. Okay, let's try... There.
Boss, get down. The enemy sniper. Stay low and...
Oh!
That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
Did they patch it? Okay, let's try and be a bit more careful with the placement this time.
Head for the silo at the facility's northernmost point.
There we go. That's around the center, right?
The enemy sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground.
Right, that's good, man. That has to be perfect. Oh! Oh, yes! Oh, no.
Good work. 2 more gates to go. Silo. No sign of Skullface or his Goliath.
Fuck, man. Usually it only takes a couple of attempts.
Make contact with Skullface.
Try the driver's seat. Usually I just throw it in the back and it's fine. Maybe driver's seat is better. No, it's clipped through it again, I think. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna try it 3 more times.
Make contact with Skullface. Head for the silo at the facility's northernmost point.
Let's throw a few of them, right? One of them has to land.
Boss, get down. The enemy sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should...
Okay, I'm gonna stand up this time.
Make contact with Skullface. Head for the silo at the facility's northernmost point.
Fucking get in! Get in, please! They all failed. What the fuck, man?
Make contact with Skullface. Head for the silo at the facility's northernmost point. Boss, get down. The enemy's sniper.
I don't know.
Make contact with Skullface. Head for the silo at the facility.
Maybe they patched it. Usually it only takes a couple of attempts. You know, you just throw it in the back and that's it. Okay, hold on. Instead of just retrying constantly, let's just go back here. Maybe if I stand up on a rock. Oh! 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 Okay, I think I know what the issue is. I think you just have to go for a long throw.
Make contact with Skullface. Head for the silo at the facility's northernmost point.
Yeah.
Boss, get down. The enemy sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground.
We have it. I think.
Make contact with Skullface. Head for the silo at the facility's northernmost point. get down. The enemy sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to...
Hey, did that land? No, I don't think it did. Okay, okay, okay. We'll get it. We'll get it.
Make contact with Skullface.
Oh, this fucking checkpoint.
At the facility's northernmost point.
Nope. Yes! Yes! That has to be it. No, I don't think... I think it clipped through.
Boss, get down. Make contact with Skullface. Head for the silo at the facility's northernmost point.
Okay, I'm getting back up on top of that fucking rock. That's what I'm doing.
Make contact with Skullface. Head for the silo at the facility's northernmost point. Boss, get down. The enemy sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
Go! Yeah, I think it's following me. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good.
Good work. 2 more gates to go.
Out of my way. We have to be fast. This smoke is going to run out. Hello there.
Surely they can't already have... No, never mind. Get through the second gate. Only 1 gate left. From here on in, you're in the enemy's headquarters. Something's wrong. But it has to be here.
Could have been better. You can get to the end without triggering an alert.
His ride has arrived. Don't let Skullface get away. Stop him at the heliport. Boss, can you see the heliport? Skullface is right there. Make contact with him and make him talk. We have to stop him before his plan is set in motion. Sahelanthropus is somewhere inside there. First of all, make contact with Skullface. Don't kill him yet. We need him to talk first.
So we're supplying this place, eh?
You too have known loss. And that loss torments you still. You hope hatred might someday replace the pain. But it never goes away. It makes a man hideous, inside and out. Wouldn't you agree? We both are demons. Our humanity won't return. You, me, we've no place to run, nowhere to hide. And that is why I'll show you my demon. Follow me, big boss.
Just go along with him for now. We're ready to fight if it comes to that. That's our leverage against him, our deterrent. He doesn't want a war on his hands.
Whatever the Navajo told you, with just one possible solution derived by Cypher, my will is different.
I thought he had a line here.
You don't care what I have to say, big boss?
There it is. There it is. Okay, it takes a while for that to trigger. Does he say anything else? Aw, you don't care what I have to say? I'm gonna wait the same amount again. I don't think I ever tried to wait for a second line, and maybe it takes just as long to get the second line.
You don't care what I have to say?
It's the same, okay.
Boss. I've known you since your time at Langley. I've long been the other side of your coin. 1964, Soviet territory. Fox's first mission. Any mess you made, I was there to clean up. You completed your task, and admirably. The information you returned was far more than enough to fill our pockets. With it, our futures became, more or less, set in stone.
Maybe he has a different line when you get further. Probably not. Oh, you hear a little grunt there, huh?
You don't care what I have to say,
fuck.
big boss? And then the Major came to me with an idea. Washington doesn't know how to spend money, he said. I'd like to redirect it. His goal was an organization dedicated solely, covertly, to supporting America.
Who are you performing to here, Skullface? Cypher. Is that you over there, Skullface?
To him,
what? I can't hear you.
Or rather, an act of revenge on the world, but America most of all.
Alright, he's probably just gonna say the same thing again, so let's just walk forward. We should wait for like 2 minutes to hear that line. What if I refuse to go on the elevator? I'm not sure if I ever tried that. Nothing? I don't think he's gonna say anything this time. You don't want to ride the elevator, big boss? Okay, let's keep going. Don't think we're getting anything there. I'll try it again when we get to the bottom though, don't worry.
America is a country of liberty, a meeting of immigrants. Instead of simply assimilating, its citizens live alongside others. Their roots are very diverse. America's never been made up of just one group. But he tried to forge a single consciousness for it and from it. The idea that every citizen would use free will to unite behind their country. Unilateralism like that can't be entrusted to any one individual. So the Major sought a system that used information, words, to control the subconscious. Get in.
Oh! They've had enough of this shit.
I haven't finished yet.
Oh, he does have a different line when you get to the car. Okay, the Jeep. Now we have to wait because we need to see if it's the same. If he repeats the line.
You You don't care what I have to say, big
Okay,
boss?
back to the original. We're gonna have to wait one more time.
Get in.
I think I'm good, actually. I think I'm okay. Just give me another minute. What's that you have there? No, not your dick. Ah. Oh, the skull logo on it as well. Okay, I don't think he has any line here. Right? Fuck it, let's do it.
To unite America and the entire world. The Major thought this was his friend's word. But I think he never understood what she wanted. Before he ever walked or cried, even before he was born, his mother tongue was English. He doesn't know the pain of losing his own language. Not yet. He cannot understand her will. I do. I was born in a small village. I was still a child when we were raided by soldiers. Foreign soldiers. Torn from my elders, I was made to speak their language. With each new post, my master...
Shut up and kiss me, you fool!
With the words they made me speak. Words of... With each change, I changed too. My thoughts, personality, how I saw right and wrong. War changed me. And not only my visage. Words can kill. I was invaded by words, burrowing and breeding inside me. A philosopher once said, "It is no nation we inhabit, but a language." Make no mistake, our native tongue is our true fatherland. My fatherland. My truth was stolen from me. And so was my past. All that's left is the future. And mine is revenge. On those who leech off the words of their fellow man. This is what I learned from the Major. And then it hit me. It was he who should feel my wrath. He and the code he chose as basis for control. Language codes, information codes, beamed all around us. Genetic codes, spanning history. By controlling the codes, Cypher Zero intends to unify. Codes implanted into our heads, sucking our minds dry as it spreads from one host to the next. A parasite upon this earth, that is what Zero is. As one born into this world, he's afflicted. I hold him responsible for killing my freedom. Killing all traces of my past. Killing any promise of a future. We are all but dead men forced to walk upon this earth. A world reduced to zero. Cypher plans to use its codes to control the world. they think they can. And the mother tongue of all those codes is English. The word became flesh. The final parasites. It knows English. An English strain of the vocal parasite. I will exterminate the English language. With this, I'll rid the world of infestation. All men will breathe free again, reclaim their past, present, and future. This is no ethnic cleanser. It is a liberator. Free the world from zero. Let the world be. Sans lingua franca, the world will be torn asunder, and then it shall be free. People will suffer, of course, a phantom pain. The world will need a new common tongue, a language of nukes. My metal ears shall be the thread by which all countries are bound together in equality. No words will be needed. Every man will be forced to recognize his neighbors. People will swallow their pain. They will link lost hands. The world will become one. This war is peace. When the world witnesses Sahelanthropus, the hands of the doomsday clock will roll on, regardless of zero. Sahelanthropus will take the first giant step into a brave new. It is the bell with which a world trodden upon by words declares its independence. We are here. Remember the Alamo.
This is Queequeg on station to provide cover. Get us a line of fire. Roger that.
We're not the only demons in this world. Like you, vengeance is all he has. It's man's thirst for revenge that drives the times. Just as you live because of me, he lives because of you. Show him! Wait! Who is doing this? Such a lust for revenge? Who?
Let's do it. Sahelanthropus, end of chapter 1. I need an explanation for this, please! Why, what's happening there with Mantis? Mantis is like a parasite who's drawn to the most powerful host. Whoever has the largest desire for revenge, that's who Mantis is drawn to. Skullface is arrogant enough to believe that he is the most vengeful man on the planet. He doesn't think anyone could top him on the revenge scale. But he doesn't know about Eli. That's what's happening there. That explains his line. Such a lust for revenge? I can't believe it. Who could have more revenge than me? I'm the revenge master. Do I have a cassette tape to go through? Mission. Let's do it.
Sahelanthropus is on the move. The instruments on the support chopper are all malfunctioning. And Eli's acting strangely for some reason. Something's not right. Boss, for now, just get away from that thing. Hurry!
Okay, I'll try. Let me see here. Primary weapons. Yeah, I guess I'll bring one of these in. Bring one of these in. Actually, hold on. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, I think I'm good. We didn't bring Eli. Eli snuck aboard. When no one was looking. I don't know where he hid in the chopper for no one to see him, but... yeah. I mean, I guess he's small enough.
Got a spike on the RWR. Strange PRF. What's wrong? Control lost. Can't maintain RPM. We're settling.
Recovered control. Ascending. Hey, Snake. There's something wrong with Eli.
Who is doing this? Such a lust for revenge? Who? Cypher will rewrite the records, and I will vanish from human memory. But the thirst for revenge that I have planted will infest the system. No one can stop it now. Sahelanthropus will unleash that thirst onto the future! Major... I'm burning up!
Boss, get out of there! Out about Sahelanthropus. Skullface will have won. His plans will become reality. He won't even need to use nukes. That thing's mere existence would be enough to enslave humanity to the fear of nuclear Armageddon. It would tear the world apart. Stop it, boss. Destroy Sahelanthropus.
Let's kill this fucking bitch. D-Horse. No, don't take a shit, D-Horse. Come here, please.
I'll rally Diamond Dogs and provide backup.
Thank you. Let's see if I can remember how to drive this fucking thing. Ooh. Nice. Fuck you. mean?
Snake!
Let's see Skullface.
There were 3. Where's the other?
Very close to you. Finish me. Kill me.
Do it yourself. Mission complete, boss.
Kill me! Kill me! I did it! Revenge!
Mint, you crazy son of a bitch. I need to thank someone before we continue. Mint donated $1,000. He did it again, the crazy bastard. I thought I would wait until we cut to the screen. I didn't want to pause in the middle of the scene. Mint, I hope you're still there in chat. Mint donated $1,000. Since you're the revenge itself, how about taking some serious revenge with Snake's Revenge? Great marathon, thanks to the both of you. Mint, thank you. Is that a donation to play Snake's Revenge? I'll play Snake's Revenge. I'll do another playthrough of Snake's Revenge if you like. I'm not going to be doing it as a part of the marathon, but I'll do it as my next stream after In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, if you like. If that's what you're donating for, it kind of sounds like it. How about taking some serious revenge with Snake's Revenge, $1,000? I'm going to interpret that as a Snake's Revenge request donation. Let's do Snake's Revenge later on this week. Guys, let me just check here as well. Quiet Warlock with the Prime sub as well. Thank you. Anima with the 13 months. I don't think I thanked you earlier. And yeah, again, Mint, thank you for the fucking $1,000. Jesus Christ. We'll play some Snake's Revenge later on this week. Cheers.
Anyone can give up his fight by laying down arms. But the feeling of holding a gun, that we'll never forget. Like our lost limbs, the sensation lingers.
Here she comes! Here she comes!
rifles in missing hands. We stand tall on missing legs. We stride forward on the bones of our fallen. Then, and only then, are we alive. This pain is ours, and no one else's. The secret weapon we wield, out of sight. We will be stronger than ever, for our peace. Sahelanthropus will unleash that thirst unto the future. Those were his last words.
Kaz.
Pretentious to the end. Still, doesn't feel like this is over. And I'll never be whole again.
Chapter 2, up next. Stick around, fools. The greatest of all chapters. Here we go.
I won't scatter your sorrow to the heartless sea. I won't see you in his ashes. You're all diamonds.
This man acted as accomplice to the attack on Mother Base.
Why are you here? Revenge against the boss?
I'm not like you!
I think it is time you knew.
I'll go alone.
Boss, what are you...
We can't afford to lose anyone else.
What if she's a spy?
What if I'm a spy?
Or you?
Kill him! What should we do, boss? Just give the order.
You were right. He is not one of us.
Boss.
Snake?
I don't believe it. Another chapter.